And Partha Chatterjee, as we had shown you in those visuals this morning, being transported out of SSKM Hospital to AIIMS in Bhubaneswar. And AIIMS, we will be able to listen in to the medical bulletin that the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Bhubaneswar will be publishing soon as far as Partha Chatterjee's health is concerned. Earlier, the court had pulled up the state-run SSKM hospital for sheltering members of the ruling party and influential people who are accused in various scams. And all the details coming up on Republic, every update on the SSC recruitment scam of West Bengal. Stay tuned.
Four gangsters has been arrested along with the arms and ammunition, and they are getting the directions from Lawrence Bishnoi as well as from the Goldie Barat to carry a certain type of extortion racket in Punjab and Haryana as well. This operation was being carried out by STF Haryana. Their interrogation on the same line is being followed.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Year-old man from the national capital with no history of foreign travel tested positive for the monkeypox virus, making it the fourth case of the disease reported in India. A resident of West Delhi, the man was isolated at the LNJP hospital in Delhi around 3 days ago after he showed symptoms of the disease. The centre has held a high-level review meeting.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा. हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों से, हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
थोड़ी कंडीशन नहीं थी, आज काफी हवा थी, पर फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा था कि हाँ थोड़ा लगेगी. लास्ट तक वो मिला अंदर, और हाँ ठीक है, जितना भी लगाया अच्छा है कि मेडल जिताया है.
The Olympic champion has yet again scripted history at the World Athletics Championship, bagging a silver medal. Neeraj Chopra there, the second Indian to have made history there at the World Athletics Championship.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा. हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों से, हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Four gangsters has been arrested.
Whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
As the monsoons this year poured heavily throughout the country, River Beast that runs near Manali in Himachal Pradesh was seen overflowing beyond its usual levels throughout the Kullu Valley. While the river barely crossed the limits of the settlements in certain places, it spilled over beyond its regular course in certain flattened areas of the region. In yet another place along the river's course, a house was seen completely surrounded by rapid waters of the river. The Meteorological Department, meanwhile, has recently sounded the alert for heavy rains across 20 states till the 27th of July. While intense rainfall has been forecasted to continue over Gujarat, Rajasthan and adjoining Madhya Pradesh during the next 2 days, an increase in rainfall activity over northern parts of India is also expected from 27th July. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And it's time now for a short break, but coming up after that, it's a historic day for India as the country's first tribal president is sworn in a solemn and gracious ceremony attended by numerous dignitaries. And coming up now, breaking news, breaking development. We are getting you those visuals of a training aircraft crash landing in Pune. Those are visuals that Republic has accessed. As you can see, it's a chopper. It's an aircraft crash in Pune. It's a training aircraft that crash landed in Pune. We're trying to get more details about what exactly happened, but these are first visuals of that aircraft, which you can see is almost in pieces there in Pune. People gathered around trying to find out what happened. We are also trying to get in touch with, we have with us our senior executive editor Niranjan to tell us more about this crash. Niranjan, we can see the visuals there. Is the first video of an aircraft crash landing. We believe it's a training aircraft. It's over to you.
Yeah, just getting in the first pictures. In fact, the first video of the crash landing that has taken place in Pune's Indapur. We are hearing that this training aircraft crashed while training in Indapur area. This is close to Pune in Maharashtra due to technical failure, due to a technical fault. And a woman pilot of the training aircraft has also suffered minor injuries. And this is the first video that has come in. A female pilot was practicing in this training aircraft when it crash landed in Indapur in Pune. This is the first video that has come in. And you can see that it's landed at a field and seems like a crash landing, an emergency crash landing at a field. And the first picture showing that people in that area where there were fields, largely agricultural land, they sort of came to her rescue, and it seems like it landed on its nose, and some significant amount of damage can also be seen to the front portion of the aircraft, and the pilot was seen in some of these pictures and videos just walking away with the help of those who are gathered at this village in Indapur in Pune, just on the outskirts of Pune. And she's safe, but it appears prima facie that it's a case of a training aircraft facing technical failure. And the first picture has also come in. I think let's put out the picture of the pilot who has suffered injuries, very minor injuries, but got help immediately from the residents there, the local residents who came to her help. And the picture is on your screen. That's a lady pilot who suffered injuries, and very minor though. And she seems to be safe, and she got help immediately. And the first video on your screen once again of the pilot of that training aircraft that suffered a technical malfunction and was forced to land in an agricultural field on the outskirts of Pune. Handing it back to you for now. We'll come back to the story as and when we get more details. Back to you for now.
Well, Niranjan, many thanks for taking us through those visuals. Those are the first visuals, as Niranjan was just telling us, of the aircraft. It's a training aircraft that crash landed after there was some technical malfunctioning which took place. On the left there, you can see the visual of the pilot, a female pilot who's being led away by some of the locals. And the aircraft crash landed in Pune. And as far as we know, the pilot is safe with maybe minor injuries. Time now for a short break here on Republic, and a historic moment for India. All the details on Republic as Draupadi Murmu becomes the youngest and first ever tribal president of the country.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
You want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Amid the intensifying political turmoil in Sri Lanka's capital, about 70 miles to the east, the country's tea pickers are worried about their future. The economic crisis in the country has led to unpredictable consequences and difficult living conditions for these tea pickers. These factors pertain to global economic chaos such as rising fuel prices, shortages of food, the pandemic's after effects, and the Russia-Ukraine war.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amid the intensifying political turmoil in Sri Lanka's capital, about 70 miles to
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
We're live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. We'll get you the fastest updates here on Republic TV. Let's have a look at the first story that we're tracking right now. And this one is coming in from Maharashtra. A training aircraft crashed while the training was happening in the Inderpur area of Maharashtra due to technical fault in this aircraft. Well, in the incident, what we learned so far is that the female pilot of the helicopter has suffered minor injuries, and those are the visuals there on your screen. The first video that we have got for you is on your screen. The crash is due to a technical fault. That's the inputs that we're getting at this point of time. We also know that the female pilot was practicing with the training helicopter. So this is the visuals for you on the screen. On the right side, you can see the female pilot who has suffered the injuries. You can see those visuals there on your screen. And on the left side, you can see that the aircraft had crashed there in Pune. This has happened near Pune, in fact. Now, this, viewers, is a training aircraft. I repeat, it's a training aircraft, and these are the first videos of the aircraft on Republic. All right, aviation expert, Group Captain Augustine is joining me on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. Can you please tell us a little bit about what exactly do you think has happened here? Because what we know is a training pilot, and what we know that this happened due to a technical fault in this aircraft. And the female pilot also has suffered some minor injuries. All right, we're getting some technical issue with the audio line. I want to go across to Alisha, who's going to get us all the updates. Alisha, take us through the details we're getting so far. We know the front of the aircraft is completely damaged. Now, who was this female pilot who was flying this plane? And we know she was practicing. She was practicing with this helicopter. What are the details that you're picking up, Alisha?
Well, yes, it's a training helicopter, and the pilot, as we have been talking about,
whether a helicopter, that is the aircraft that has been crashed, and well, we can see in the picture as well where the female pilot is suffered a minor injury. She's safe as of now, but the incident happened this morning, importantly, and what we have been told that the female pilot, she was practicing in this training helicopter, and due to some technical issue, what we have been told, the confirmation that we are getting from our sources that this was a technical issue that occurred during her training, after which she had to make an emergency landing, and due to which the aircraft that has been crashed, but she is safe as of now, and we can see in the picture.
Right, Alisha. Alisha, I will just come back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm also being joined by Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Thank you for joining us. We had some problem with the audio line. I hope you can hear me now. Group Captain, what do you think really happened here? Because this is a training aircraft which crash landed in Pune. What we know is that there were some technical faults. What is your first reaction coming in? Because is this even safe? Is this even safe? If one female pilot is there, she suffered injuries. What do you make out of this incident?
You couldn't have found a better person than me to ask this question, because my daughter is also training on a similar aircraft in Jamshedpur. So it is an aircraft called Cessna 152. Cessna 152 is it is in fact the basic training aircraft for not only Indian pilots, but pilots world over. Thousands of, in fact, hundreds of thousands of these aircraft are flying world over, training young pilots who are starting to fly. And as you can notice, it is a single engine aircraft. So, and it is powered by an engine called Lycoming. Again, one of the very reliable engine manufacturers. And if maintained well, this aircraft does not stop in air. And if it does, it starts also very beautifully, because I have also flown it myself. But be that as it may, what I need to tell our viewers is, while training, you are given practice how to land this aeroplane in case you can't make it to the runway if the engine stops. And that is what I think this girl has done, and she has done it beautifully, because not all the places you will be able to crash land and walk away. So she is walked away with minor injuries. Kudos to her, the way she has handled this emergency. And I see my daughter with minor scratches. If she has come out, and she has done it very, very beautifully, and that is what I can say. This is not a helicopter. This is a fixed-wing aeroplane. Over to you.
Right, it's an aircraft, basically. Okay, it's not a helicopter. All right. Also, I would like to ask you that when it comes to technical faults, now, you said that this female pilot, of course, has handled it very well, but there's sometimes, Group Captain, when that does not happen. So what does that really say about technical faults in an aircraft? Because let's say it's a passenger aircraft or something else, even a defense aircraft, these kind of technical faults can prove to be more deadly in these scenarios.
Very nice question. Thank you for asking this question. It takes me back to 1st of March 1995. I was on takeoff road with some 64 rockets and guns and you name it. I was fully loaded with armament, and just short of takeoff, my engine burst into flames and I had to force land. And a part of my skin on my face is new. I got fire. I got caught. I was on fire when I came out of the aircraft, but I came out alive just because proper training was provided by Indian Air Force, and we have practiced this, thousands of times for such eventuality. Even immediately after takeoff, how do we force land? The issue that comes to fore is the aspect of single engine, Shivani. Single engine in which there is no redundancy. An engine is an engine. आपकी कार की इंजन कई बार खराब हो जाती है, तो साइड में खड़ा रख के हम किसी मैकेनिक को बुला लेते हैं. तो that does not happen in air. आप इस कार को या जहाज को साइड में नहीं खड़ा कर सकते कि भाई कोई मैकेनिक आएगा और रिपेयर करेगा. It is not possible. So you have to find a place to put it down. Very recently, there was a crash in Hyderabad. The child could not land the aeroplane because she was flying in a terrain in which suitable landing ground was not available. That is your bad luck. So if you're flying over hills, where will you land if you have an engine failure? So that is the problem with single engine. The question about passenger aircraft that you asked, passenger aircraft has 2 engines or more. Some has 3, some has 4. So you have a redundancy. Look at Sukhoi 30. It has 2 engines. MiG-29, 2 engines. Rafale, 2 engines. So all the fighter aircraft, modern fighter aircraft has redundancy. The older generation fighter aeroplanes did not have redundancy. So if you have an engine failure, it was doomed to be, it was doomed to follow the fate what happened to this particular aircraft. But the girl has handled it beautifully and walked out with minor scratches. So, if it was up to me, I would give her an award. Over to you.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, their aviation expert, joining us and helping us understand what really happened there. Alisha is also joining me live. Alisha, now these are the visuals we have got for our viewers, and also Group Captain helped us understand what really happened there. That the female pilot also did a good job by making sure that, the plane, even though it's a little damaged, that not much damage was done. She got minor injuries. Also, take us through exactly, are we getting any reactions coming in from any authorities on this, or any aviation experts, apart from, of course, Group Captain who has spoken to us right now? All right, I'll come back to you, Alisha. We're getting some more breaking news coming at this point of time. And now this is coming in fact, on the SSC scam. Rao will be getting that to you very soon. But this is a big story we're tracking at this point of time. A training aircraft has crash landed. First video of the aircraft we just showed you. All right, we're getting some breaking news. Now this is in relation with the SSC scam. Now West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita Mukherjee has been now brought to ESIC Medical College and Hospital for medical test. That's the big news we're getting for you at this point of time. Partha close aide taken for a medical test. Arpita Mukherjee taken for that medical test. Remember, Arpita Mukherjee, the close aide of Partho, in fact, is being taken for that medical test. Now, she's the one who had stashed almost 22 crores at her residence. Almost 22 crores in cash was seized from actress Arpita Mukherjee's house. She was a close aide of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, and Chatterjee is arrested by the ED in the alleged teacher recruitment scam case. And ED suspects that the cash seized from aide Arpita Mukherjee's residence are proceeds of the alleged State School Service Commission scam. So right now the visuals there on your screen, Partha's aide being taken for the medical test. Visuals coming in in relation with the SSC scam, viewers. This is big news coming in at this point of time. Remember that there are some charges against Partha Chatterjee, very, very serious charges against him in the SSC scam, where many recoveries have been made. And in fact, during the hearing, the EDs claimed that Chatterjee is an influential person and should not be kept in a state-run hospital, because at this point of time, viewers, is that Partho Chatterjee has been flown to Odisha in an air ambulance. At the same time, Partho's aide is being brought into the hospital for a medical check. All right. I'm being joined by Priyanka on the phone line. Priyanka, take us to the details right now. We are seeing that TMC Minister's aide is being brought to the hospital. What next can we expect at this point of time? All right, we'll get to Priyanka in a moment right now, but visuals on your screen. Republic is leading the SSC scam news break. Visuals there on your screen of Arpita being taken for that medical test. At the same time, the other Bengal minister who's related to this case has been flown to Odisha in an air ambulance as well. So we are seeing multiple updates happening in this SSC scam. Remember that she was produced in court on Sunday. She's a close aide of TMC Minister Partho Chatterjee, and in the court had sought her custody for at least 14 days. So, in fact, many developments have been coming in this case, and we're getting you every update on Republic TV at this point of time. Arpita being there, taken for that medical. And remember, a heap of cash amounting to almost 22 crore rupees was found. A foreign currency and a jewelry box was found. In fact, a treasure trove, you can say, was found in her house. All right, I'm being joined by Priyanka back with us now. Priyanka, take us to the details right now. What can we expect next in this case?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. We have been tracking the entire developments that have been taking place on the ground right now, and we are expecting that Arpita Mukherjee will be produced before the sessions court, before the special court itself, so that her remand can be further sought for. So, because she had been remanded to the ED custody for 1 day, and we had seen yesterday as well how there had been restrictions, reasonable restrictions as well, that had been talked about by the legal team of Arpita as well. And we had seen how they had been mentioning that overnight there should not be any questioning of Arpita, and also that every 24 hours there should be a medical that should be done. And that's the same medical that is being done right now. She has been taken to the hospital, and post which she will be brought to the court right now, and where further legal arguments will be presented before the court to understand how further course of action can be taken and what kind of custody should be given for Arpita's interrogation, her investigation, because remember, the Enforcement Directorate has been looking at all the links, at all the seizures, at all the documents, cash as well that has been seized from Arpita's residence and also from the residences of Partho Chatterjee as well. And we have seen those documents being the point of concern for the Enforcement Directorate, and that is why they are saying that want Arpita in the custody so that she can be confronted with these said documents, because these were the documents, remember, Shivangi, that had the insignia of the West Bengal government as well on those documents. So those are under the scanner. They are being scrutinized right now. The Enforcement Directorate is going through those and is trying to determine the entire link. When it comes to the nexus of the West Bengal government that had been at play during the SSC scandal that had come to light, to understand who really had been involved in this, where really the link really leads to. But of course, as of now, Partho Chatterjee and Arpita in the custody, and they will be questioned. Partho, of course, has not been questioned as of now, because as soon as he had been remanded to the custody, he had been complaining of medical issues, of chest pain, and that is why today we are seeing in Bhubaneswar, he's been flown to AIIMS, and of course we will wait for those developments also to come in. But let's also talk about the investigation so far, because we have been seeing the kind of links that have been emerging with respect to the Enforcement Directorate's inquiry and the kind of raids that they had carried out and the seizures that they had also made. And that is also a very telling sign of the entire scandal of the SSC recruitment scam that had come to light, and how there were government officials, how there were political figures that had also been involved and had also been playing a crucial role in carrying out this entire recruitment scam of teachers of the primary school for 9th and 10th, where they had to pay money as well. And of course, a lot has been done with those regards, because there are court orders to that extent, asking for the teachers to be giving back the salary as well, and there are several suspensions as well that have taken place. But as of now, we are seeing that the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate awaiting the remand custody of Partho and Arpita, because they had been planning that they wanted both the accused in the custody so that they can be confronted with the documents and they can be confronted with each other's statements as well. So that is something that the Enforcement Directorate is also going to say before the court today to make their case for getting the remand of Arpita as well. And we are expecting in perhaps 15 to 20 minutes or so that she will be leaving from the hospital and coming towards, will be brought towards the court and will be produced before the court, where the legal arguments by the Enforcement Directorate and Arpita's legal team as well will be presented. And thereafter, the order will determine whether or not she will be remanded to the ED custody so that her interrogation can go on further.
Right. Also, Priyanka, there will be a medical bulletin soon on Partho as well. Later on, we can expect, Priyanka, that at 4 p.m. today, later on, it seems as if the PMLA court will also be, there will be some involvement there as well. Some hearing will take place. Special PMLA court will hear ED's plea, seeking his further remand on the basis of a report prepared by a team of specialist doctors. So that will be very important. Now, what will that bulletin say next? The health bulletin will say next will really play a big part right now, Priyanka, isn't it, on how this case will take the future turn?
Oh, absolutely, Shivangi. You pointed it out absolutely correctly, because we have been seeing since yesterday how the Calcutta High Court had been approached as well, because the ED had been putting forth the legal arguments claiming that Partho is making these excuses of medical emergencies, and also he was acting like a don. Now, these are the words by the Enforcement Directorate as well, as to when Partho had been taken to the SSKM hospital, that is a government hospital here in Calcutta, and they had been saying that he was acting like a don and that he could also pull some strings.
जानकारी इस पूरे मसले पर राजनीति भी चरम पर है। बीजेपी हमलावर है टीएमसी पर, लेकिन टीएमसी ने चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं। एक ब्रेक का वक्त हो चला है। ब्रेक के उस पार हम बताएंगे कि इस पूरे मामले पर कैश का किंग कौन है, आखिर कब बड़े और खुलासे होंगे, कितने और चेहरे हैं जो बेनकाब होंगे। फौरन लौट रहे हैं, आप देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत।
All right, so we're giving you all the updates right now with the only channel with the biggest leads on the story. As you can see, that Partha has been taken to AIIMS right now. Very soon, there'll be a medical bulletin on his health condition. That we'll show you, of course, first on Republic TV. Also, at the same time, around 22 crore rupees have been recovered from Arpita. She's a close aide. Her medical test is also going to happen very soon. So her medical test is happening at this point of time, viewers. Multiple updates coming in on this case of the SSC scam. We also learned that Mamata Banerjee did not take Partha Chatterjee's call, 4 calls after his arrest, and the ED memo has also been accessed by Republic TV. Remember that while the CBI has been looking into the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff, assistant teachers and primary school teachers. The ED is probing the money laundering aspect. So there are two aspects being looked into right now, viewers. One is the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of the teaching and non-teaching staff, and the ED looking at the money laundering aspect. And Partho Chatterjee was the education minister when this scam was allegedly pulled off. He was interrogated by the CBI on April 26 and May 18. The ED had arrested him after conducting raids at his Kolkata residence for over 26 hours, and in fact 20 crores, more than that, was seized in cash from his aide Arpita Mukherjee's residential premises. So all this has been happening, back-to-back developments happening there. At the same time, Partho is being taken to AIMS. He was taken through an air ambulance. So we are seeing multiple updates happening in this case. Later on, like we told you, that at 4 p.m., around 4 p.m., a special PMLA court will hear ED's plea seeking his further remand on the basis of a report prepared by a specialist team of doctors. So that bulletin, which will come soon, the medical bulletin, which we will, of course, be bringing to you live when it happens, will play a very, very big role when it comes to the next turn in this case. What will happen next? That medical bulletin will be something that we have to watch out for. That, of course, will happen at any time now. And Republic right now setting the agenda with the biggest leads coming in the SSE scam row. Multiple updates coming in, viewers. Multiple updates coming in on this big story. Also, at the same time, politically, remember that as per sources, old guards in TMC want Partho to continue in the party. But the younger sections, we have learned, of the party is gunning for his removal. So that's also happening politically in West Bengal. Remember that he was re-elected, Partho was re-elected from the Behala Paschim seat in the 2021 assembly polls. He currently holds the portfolios of parliamentary affairs, IT, electronics, industry, commerce, enterprise, public enterprise, industrial reconstruction in the Mamata Banerjee-led cabinet. So it's a very, very important case right now. And that medical bulletin, like we're telling you, is expected any point in this time. So we are getting back to
इलाज चल रहा है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है शुरुआत में पूरी बॉडी को एग्जामिन करने के लिए पहुंची और उसके बाद ये तय हुआ कि कौन कौन से टेस्ट किए जाएंगे, जिसमें मुख्य तौर पर नेफ्रोलॉजी है, कार्डियोलॉजी है, इसके अलावा रेस्पिरेटरी मेडिसिन है और ऐसे ही पूरी एक लिस्ट तैयार की गई है. कहा जा रहा है कि किडनी की भी समस्या है. तो कुल मिलाकर बहुत कम चांसेस ऐसे लग रहे हैं कि आज ही यहाँ से डिस्चार्ज हो जाए पार्थ चटर्जी. इंतजार लगातार है, हमारी निगाहें बनी हुई हैं, लेकिन आपको शुरुआत से हम पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट करके बताते हैं. देखिए, यही वो रास्ता है जहां से एम्बुलेंस आई थी पार्थ चटर्जी की और कोलकाता से जब वो एयरपोर्ट पहुंचे थे तो ग्रीन कॉरिडोर तैयार किया गया था. यहां जब भुवनेश्वर के एयरपोर्ट पहुंचे तो थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन जैसे ही इस जगह पर आए, इस जगह पर आकर एम्बुलेंस रुकी थी, यहां पर आसपास लोगों की भीड़ जमा हो गई थी और लोगों की नाराजगी भी उन्हें झेलने को मिली. लोगों ने बहुत ही नाराजगी में नारेबाजी की, लेकिन इसी बीच वहीं पर सुरक्षा का जो पहरा है वो और ज्यादा कड़ा हो गया और उसके बाद पार्थ चटर्जी को, जिन्होंने सफेद रंग का कुर्ता पजामा पहना हुआ था, उनको सुरक्षा के साथ व्हील चेयर पर बिठाते हुए अंदर ले जाया गया. अंदर जाकर एक प्राइवेट वार्ड है, सीधा जाएंगे, काफी अंदर जाकर वहां पर इसी तरह के बैरिकेड्स लगाए गए ताकि कोई और ना आए और उसके बाद प्राइवेट वार्ड में उनको शिफ्ट किया गया. वो हमने वो तस्वीरें भी अपने मोबाइल से कैप्चर की हैं अपने दर्शकों तक पहुंचाने के लिए. फिर उसके बाद उनको बेड पर लिटाया गया, लेकिन इसके बाद एम्स के जो डायरेक्टर हैं यहाँ के भुवनेश्वर के, आशुतोष विश्वास जी पहुंचे अपनी टीम के साथ. उन्होंने पूरी बॉडी को एग्जामिन किया. हमने जब उनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश की ऑफ कैमरा.
All right, now Priyanka is joining me. She's at the spot right now. Priyanka, take us to the details. You are joining us live. Take us through exactly what's happening, where you are on spot.
Well, Shivangi, we're right outside the special court, the PMLA court, where in fact Arpita will be produced since her one-day custody will also be culminating today with the medical that will be done, because just yesterday we had seen in that hearing as well where the one-day custody to Enforcement Directorate had been given, but of course there were restrictions that had been levied by the legal team of Arpita that had been that had been stated before the court, and the court had agreed to them that for 24 hours, every 24 hours, there will be a medical done for Arpita, and also apart from that, there will be no questioning that will be done, interrogation that will be done during the night time. So of course, in that we had seen late evening this order coming to light, and then in the night, of course, she was not being interrogated as per the court order as well. So today we can expect some kind of legal arguments in those parts as well, because the Enforcement Directorate has not gotten the time to interrogate properly either Partho Chatterjee or Arpita as well, and that is why the Enforcement Directorate is expected to make those points before the court right here at the PMLA court where we are present here. In fact, they will be produced here, and we are tracking all the basis when it comes to
the salient points for which the Enforcement Directorate has been asking for the remand. Those will be presented before the court. The reasons for why the Enforcement Directorate requires Partho Chatterjee and Arpita in their custody right now is something that they will be presenting before the court as well. They will be stating about the kind of documents as well that have been recovered. Because remember, we had seen the kind of raids that had been carried out, extensive raids by the Enforcement Directorate across Calcutta in the residences of Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. And we have seen how those kind of documents of the West Bengal insignia
in those had also been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, and those were a very crucial piece of evidence, and that they want to use to confront Partho Chatterjee and Arpita as well. And those are the latest when it comes to the investigation, and these are the kind of points that will be put forth by the Enforcement Directorate before the court as well, so that their remand can be sought for by the Enforcement Directorate.
Okay, Priyanka, also basically we are waiting for two bulletins right now, medical bulletins. One is happening, one medical is happening, and one will be a bulletin of Partho very soon. Now, Priyanka, this case has two layers. If you can just help us understand exactly what's happening in both the layers. One is the CBI looking into the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff and assistant teachers. The other one is the money laundering aspect of it, which the ED is looking into, Priyanka. Just help us understand where things stand in both the layers.
Well, as far as the current investigation and the current raids that had been carried out was that by the Enforcement Directorate. So let's talk about that part of the investigation. And we are seeing how the kind of documents that had been seized by the Enforcement Directorate in the residences of Partho Chatterjee and Arpita, and the documents that are going to be deciding the trajectory of the investigation. Because remember, the Enforcement Directorate had been talking about how the entire SSC scandal had been going on, but also the misappropriation of funds, the dubious financial transactions that had also come to light with respect to Partho Chatterjee and Arpita as well. And let's not forget the heaps of cash that had also been seized by the Enforcement Directorate from the residence of Arpita as well. And she will, of course, be questioned about that, and we are already getting some source-based information as to the kind of links to that cash of Arpita and Partho as well. The Enforcement Directorate is finding out whether there were any Hawala transactions as well that had been involved. So all of those parts, things are a part of the investigation that the Enforcement Directorate wants to carry out, and that is why today is a very crucial day, because we have been seeing that the Enforcement Directorate has been approaching the court to get Partho Chatterjee and Arpita in their custody. But as of now, we have been seeing since the last 48 hours the kind of excuses that have also been made by Partho Chatterjee, and today we are seeing Partho Chatterjee in Bhubaneswar as well. But we are on the ground getting you all the updates when it comes to the legal matters, the legal proceedings that are all set to take place here today. Viewers, stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
You are whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Tracking the big story coming in, this one from Maharashtra, where a training aircraft, we are told that belongs to the Carver Aviation in Baramati, has in fact it crashed. We are told the incident happened near Pune, and these are the visuals also that we're getting to you live right now. The aircraft crash landing that was reported in Pune. A female pilot also sustained injuries in this particular accident that happened. Meanwhile, the DGCA, we are told, has ordered a probe into this incident that happened. The pilots are safe and no casualties have been reported in this incident. More details are awaited, but the latest that is coming in, the Carver Aviation that has also issued a statement saying that the female pilot suffered injuries in this particular crash landing that happened in Pune. The DGCA, meanwhile, has ordered an inquiry into this incident. So that's the latest coming in, the incident that happened in Maharashtra's Pune. A training aircraft did a crash, had to make a crash landing due to a technical fault that was reported in the aircraft. And after the crash landing, as you can see in those visuals, the female pilot also sustained injuries. An inquiry has also been ordered by the DGCA, and a statement in this regard has also been issued by the DGCA on the Pune chopper crash. We have Alicia tracking the updates closely. Alicia, if you could give us the latest updates. We understand that the DGCA has ordered an inquiry, and also the reason what you're learning for this crash landing.
Let me read out the official statement that was coming in from Carver Aviation, clearly stating that the aircraft belonged to Carver Aviation in Baramati. DGCA has initiated the investigation. Pilots are safe and no casualty reported. More details can be shared only after the DGCA Aviation. So here's the incident that has happened today early morning by around 11:30 a.m. where a trainee aircraft that crashed in the farm in Indapur district, in Indapur Taluka in Pune district. After which, it was due to the technical issue, what we have been told. And but it's really a bravery of that pilot, a woman pilot who was on the training, and she was doing a training in the same trainee aircraft. After which, due to some technical issues, she has to make an emergency landing, and that was in the farm in Indapur Taluka in Pune district. After which, DGCA has ordered for a probe in the investigation, and as per the statement that was given in from Carver Aviation, that that aircraft belongs to Carver Aviation in Baramati.
DGCA has initiated a probe in the case, and more details can only be shared after the investigation. So this is something very important, and yes, of course, it's a bravery, action that has been initiated at that point of time, because the incident of 11:30 a.m. in this morning, where the trainee pilot is being safe.
All right.
Yes.
Alicia, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So, Alicia getting us all those updates on this crash landing that was reported in Pune. An inquiry has also been ordered. And to a big story this morning, India got its 15th president today. From Odisha's Rerangpur to Raisina, take a look at Murmu's majestic journey to Raisina.
Of the president-elect, Srimati Murmu.
नवनिर्वाचित राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू का स्वागत अभिवादन कर रहे हैं निवर्तमान राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद और आज से नवनिर्वाचित राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू का आधिकारिक निवास होगा ये राष्ट्रपति भवन।
राष्ट्रपति अंगरक्षक सलामी नगाब राष्ट्र सल्यूट पंजाब।
President Ramnath Kovind sitting in his vehicle, and accompanying him the President-elect Srimati Draupadi Murmu. And as we await the swearing-in ceremony of India's 15th President to take
the President's cavalcade to reach the Parliament House premises, you can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi now entering the venue.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि
मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी। श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, उपराष्ट्रपति श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू जी, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लोकसभा के स्पीकर श्री ओम बिरला जी, चीफ जस्टिस एन.वी. रमन्ना जी, सम्मानित सांसदगण, अन्य महानुभावों, देवियों और स्वजनों तथा मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, सभी को जोहार। 26 जुलाई को कारगिल विजय दिवस भी है। ये दिन भारत की सेनाओं के शौर्य और संयम दोनों का ही प्रतीक है। मैं आज देश की सेनाओं को तथा देश के समस्त नागरिकों को कारगिल विजय दिवस की अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। And a quick roundup of news in brief. TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee has now been taken to AIIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed the Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee from the SSK Hospital in Kolkata to the AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Draupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th President of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by CJI N.V. Ramana.
मैं
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि
मैं
श्रद्धापूर्वक
भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, the outgoing president bid farewell to the nation with a heartwarming president. The outgoing president said that he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti targeted outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's legacy, claiming that the Constitution of India was trampled upon umpteen times under his tenure, raising the abrogation of Article 370 and CA. Mufti claimed that Kovind fulfilled BJP's political agenda and allowed the unabashed targeting of minorities and Dalits. The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the centre of BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate, with the opposition claiming that the government is using the movement to deflect the attention from important issues. Now AIUDF is too opposing the Tiranga campaign. Meanwhile, TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee has been taken to AIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed the Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee from the SSK Hospital to Kolkata to AIMS Bhubaneswar.
Now viewers, trouble mounting for Partha Chatterjee as he has been brought to Bhubaneswar, and of course the medical bulletin is awaited. Meanwhile, his close aide Arpita is also be expected to produce before the court right behind me, and we are on the ground getting you all the updates from Calcutta with respect to the ED investigation. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant, killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has tweeted on the training aircraft crash that happened in Pune. The trainee aircraft crash in Indapur, Pune district is unfortunate is what Jyotiraditya Scindia has said, and no fatalities have been reported, adding that praying for the recovery of the injured pilot Ms. Bhavika Rathod. The DGCA meanwhile has commenced an investigation to ascertain the cause of the incident. So that's the tweet on your screens as well that has been put out by Jyotiraditya Scindia on the training aircraft crash that happened in Pune. And remember, a probe has also been ordered by the DGCA there. The female pilot also sustained injuries in this particular accident that happened.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many.
And more breaking news coming in, this one from Karnataka, where an infighting within the Congress has been reported. Open war of words that has erupted in Karnataka Congress. In fact, we are told that Congress leaders openly attacked each other. Congress leaders have targeted DK Shivakumar. So a big fight there over Congress Chief Minister face in Karnataka ahead of the polls. Sagai is breaking that story for us. Sagai, give us more details. Congress infighting that continues and now just ahead of the state polls next year.
See, Congress seems to be a divided house in the state of Karnataka. There are two camps, one of Siddaramaiah and the other one of DK Shivkumar. Remember, last week when DK Shivkumar addressed Vakaliga community rally in Ramnagar, had requested Vakaliga community to rally behind him for the chief minister's post. And following that, there were people who had criticized him. Now, his own MLA, Zamir Ahmad Khan, has hit out at DK Shivkumar, stating that one cannot become a chief minister by wooing only one particular community votes. You have to take all community together if you have to become the chief minister. And he has also stated that if that is the case, in Muslim there are 15% of vote bank in Karnataka. Even I feel like being a chief minister the forthcoming election. He takes a direct jibe at KPCC president, his leader in Karnataka, on his statement. For more updates on infighting within Congress against DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, keep watching Republic TV.
You want to say anything about the questioning? 200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour. 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm.
You are whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
At least 8 people have died and several others injured after 2 double-decker private buses collided with each other on UP's Purvanchal Expressway. According to reports, the incident happened near Narayanpur village under Loni Khatra police station area. Both vehicles were heading to Delhi from Bihar when the collision happened. The accident happened when one of the buses stopped suddenly and the second one, which was at full speed, collided with it. The injured were immediately rushed to a nearby hospital.
एक बस दूसरे बस से टकराई और इसमें अभी तक की जानकारी के अनुसार 8 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है और 16 लोग करीब घायल हुए हैं, जिनमें लोगों को यहाँ ट्रॉमा लखनऊ के लिए रेफर किया गया है.
A team of police officials were rushed to the accident spot and an investigation is underway in this matter. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. India gets its first tribal president and the youngest president of country, Draupadi Murmu.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
You want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
And the top stories.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Draupadi Murmu takes oath as 15th president, becomes youngest president and the first tribal president.
राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
Mehbooba Mufti attacks outgoing President Govt. AIUDF targets India's most patriotic campaign. Insults Har Ghar Tiranga. Partho's arrest memo with Republic shows dialed Mamata Banerjee. Big communal conspiracy busted in Bijnor. Brothers in Bijnor wore saffron cloth to cloak identity. All right, viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla, and let's go straight to the top story that we are tracking for the past few days. That is the SSC scam. Republic has accessed a full list of Partho. The seizure list is with Republic right now. This is big news coming in at this point of time. I'm being joined by Shravan Sen on the phone line. Shravan, take us through what exactly is there in this list.
Well, in fact, it gives out full details of the searches that were basically carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at Arpita Mukherjee as well as Partho Chatterjee's residence. Now, what's important to point out here is that they are making a mention of also the activities that took place soon after the arrest because of the number of calls that were basically made by Partho Chatterjee to Chief Minister, to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and multiple calls that were essentially made, which were given to understand as per the arrest memo wasn't answered by the Chief Minister. Now, let's take a look at some of the details of the seizure that was essentially made, in which they are talking about about 21 crore rupees that was seized from Arpita's residence. And secondly, with regards to the searches that were basically carried out at Partho Chatterjee's residence, they say that they've also got some incriminating evidence in terms of documents directly related to the recruitment scam. That has been accessed by the
All right, Shravan is getting into those details. I'll be coming back to Shravan. For now, viewers, we've got the exclusive details of the ED case against Partho. We have got you all the exclusives and the biggest leads in the story. We also have Partho Chatterjee's arrest memo, which we showed you. But right now, the complete list of the seizures. Remember, this is one of the biggest news breaks of Republic at this point of time. And also, we had told you that over 20 crores in cash gold jewelry was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. Shravan is joining me back. Go ahead, Shravan. You were saying something. All right, getting some audio issues right now. Niranjan is joining me. Niranjan, take us through this seizure list because this is the big news coming in right now. Republic continues to get every layer of the SSC scam, Niranjan.
The case, let me tell you about the details here. The Enforcement Directorate has spoken about the details, saying that various complaints were received wherein it is alleged that the then Education Minister Partho Chatterjee, in connivance with his associates, looted huge money. So I'm just marking out the important parts of the ED case: looted money, and they got complaints to that effect. ED says he looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs, saying that they sold government jobs. Sold government jobs. And these are details that have been mentioned in the ED case. And they spoke about amassing huge properties in Moza Kiroda block, Pingla, West Medinipur in the name of BCM International School, which is being looked after by Shri Krishna Chandra Adhikari, the maternal uncle of Shri Partha Chatterjee's son-in-law. The inputs received also indicated towards the laundering of the proceeds of crime to Arpita Mukherjee. So they speak about Arpita being used to launder money. And there are details also of how they conducted, the raids were conducted at the premises of Partha Chatterjee, and they speak about the full details of where the raids were conducted, saying that during the course of the search, various incriminating documents related to immovable properties. So they're also talking about properties that were found in the name of Arpita and her companies were recovered and seized as mentioned in the Panchnama drawn after concluding the search proceedings. So they're saying that there were Benami firms in the name of Arpita also found during the raids by the Enforcement Directorate. Full details available, and they're talking about how admit cards of the candidates, summary of final results, post of D group or Group D staff, intimation letter for verification of testimonials, personality test, and all of these documents essentially related to the recruitment of teachers was found from the residence of a former minister. And it's baffling why a former minister would have admit cards, would have all the details, and we're putting out the details of that. The post of clerk, now these were government jobs essentially, and the allegation is that in lieu of these government jobs, a lot of money was looted. Shravan is joining me. Shravan has accessed the full case file. Shravan has accessed the Bengal cash scam case files, and Shravan is joining me with the details right now. Shravan.
Well, if you simply go by what the Enforcement Directorate has found after the searches, it only raises this question as to what exactly was the former Education Minister essentially doing by keeping admit cards and also recruitment of Group D staff, documents belonging to that in...
Shravan, can you hear you, Shravan? Shravan, hear you, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, I think I just lost the line there with Shravan. Lost the line there, but the last line here, when the ED speaks about the case, the admit cards and all the details that have been recovered, the documents of recruitment that have been recovered, the last line here says, the application form for recruitment of clerk and Group D staff in respect of Samapati Thakur, a list of 48 candidates of upper primary teacher with roll numbers, which indicates that Partha Chatterjee is actively involved. Actively involved being the key word here. Actively involved also in the appointment of Group D staff. Let me go across to Shravan, joining us with the details. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, as I was pointing out, that from the searches it becomes abundantly clear that there is a role that the former Education Minister has essentially played and which needs to be investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. For them, the challenge right now is to establish the connection between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. If you go by the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, they make a mention of the fact that after the searches, they basically recovered admit cards, documents pertaining to Group D staff recruitment. All of these documents were actually found from the former Education Minister's residential premises. It only raises this question, what were these documents really doing at the former Education Minister's residence secondly? And also it is linked to some of those who've actually not got a job despite being able to clear the examinations and having a certain ranking. It turns out that not just the former Education Minister, but there are others who are also basically involved in it, premises of which have already been searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Important to point out here is that they have also found a link at this stage with Arpita. And the fact that they are basically indicating that there have been instances where Arpita as well as Partha Chatterjee, they have traveled together. The proceeds of crime were basically distributed, is what the Enforcement Directorate suspects at this point in time. It would be important to track down what really happens in the court when Arpita Mukherjee is produced, and in the remand, there would be a mention of the investigation details and the progress that they have made so far. Having said that, these are some very serious questions that have been raised, at least if you simply go through the claims that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the seizure list, where they have put out full details of the items that were recovered from Orpita's residence and B, the items that were recovered from Partho Chatterjee's residence.
Well, absolutely. And let's show you the pictures as well. In fact, while we stay on the case details, there are several documents. We'll show the documents, but also show the pictures of him being brought to Bhubaneswar. We're standing by for the details. Standing by for the details of the medical bulletin of Partha Chatterjee and also his aide Arpita, who was taken to court earlier today. And there were pictures that came in. Now, we are tracking the latest. Shravan has the details. In fact, let me show you the document. If I can ask, my team to pull up that document where the list of companies is shown. We had one of those documents where Arpita's properties are also being seen. Arpita's properties are also being seen. And I'm going to pull up that document as well. Why don't you tell us about that document? Why don't you tell us about that document? The document where 10 property list is there. I'm just going to pull that up. It'll just a while. But Shravan, if you can take me through the details of what has been found so far in this particular case. I think the proof, the sheer amount of proof in terms of hard cash, in terms of admit cards, in terms of companies, the money trail, seems like they have a solid case. Shravan.
Prima facie, certainly, Nirajat, that they have a strong case that they are building upon at this point in time. And if you take a look at the list of properties that have essentially come under the scanner, properties linked to Orpita, the Enforcement Directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime, which would essentially mean the bribes that were allegedly taken by Partho Chatterjee through Orpita Mukherjee and various other people who are basically involved in this entire scam. Now, if you take a look at these properties are prime properties that were bought through Orpita Mukherjee and various others. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped by Partho Chatterjee himself and through certain companies. In fact, they say that they had actually received a tip-off that had they not carried out the searches on the very day that they did, perhaps the money would have already floated outside. In fact, ahead of Durga Puja, remember there are certain clubs which received the patronage of Partho Chatterjee. They had a suspicion that this money that was recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's residence would have essentially been used for other purposes. And that is the reason why you saw that kind of a calibrated approach that was made by the Enforcement Directorate. The searches were basically carried out, leading to this massive cash stash that was recovered by the agency, which now raises very uncomfortable questions for Partho Chatterjee, because not just the cash that was recovered, but also there are packets or envelopes with the department's insignia, which only goes on to raise this question as to what exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Orpita Mukherjee.
Okay, staying with the pictures of those are pictures of Arpita Mukherjee from earlier today, aide of Partha Chatterjee, and Partha Chatterjee himself has been taken to AIIMS. We had details of the calls that were made as well. Let me show you the ED arrest memo. The ED arrest memo. I'm going to list out the ED arrest memo, which talks about the calls that he had made. I'll put up the ED arrest memo, which mentions how he dialed Mamata Banerjee as well. Can you tell us about that? What is the Enforcement Directorate saying? Shravan, on that front. Okay, seems like I lost the line with Shravan there, but getting in more documents, in fact, of the arrest of Partha Chatterjee. I'm going back to some of those documents. This is the document. I'm just trying to show you this document here. This particular document, if you blur the number, I'm blurring the number, I'm not showing the number. But essentially what this document shows is that there may have been an attempt, and I'm blurring the number, but the Enforcement Directorate says that a call was made to the Chief Minister in the arrest memo, but she didn't take that call. He tried to call her, is what they've said on record, saying that Mamata Banerjee, Honorable Chief Minister's mobile number, he called her, but she did not receive the call, and that's the breaking news update as well. So let's go back to that to the main document that we had showing the details of the case, and this is the other document that we had that showed. If I can show you this, let me zoom into that and just change it a little bit. I'll just change it up a little bit. Just bear with me. You know, if you can see this document, I'm just blurring out the number here. But this document, if you can come full frame, I'll just read out from it. I'll just read out from this document. It says, name of relative or friend. This is the arrest memo. The arrest memo. And the arrest memo is explosive. Because the arrest memo of Partha Chatterjee says that Mamata Banerjee, Honorable Chief Minister, name of the person or friend whom the person taken in custody intends to inform. So basically, Partha Chatterjee wanted to inform Mamata Banerjee according to the ED arrest memo. He called her, but she didn't take the call. It says another opposition MLAs given another number given perhaps, but she didn't take. Another opportunity given, but she didn't take the call, and there are details of the calls as well. Calls from Partha. Partha called 1, 2, 3, 4 calls. 4 calls were made after the arrest. So the arrest happens at about 1:55 a.m. and he tried to make calls reportedly to the Chief Minister, and she did not receive the call. And this is what the officer has said on record. I'm just blurring out the officer's name here, just to be safe. But this is explosive. Not just the details, but the calls that were made after the arrest, detailed in the arrest memo here of the ED. And the ED has said calls made were 4, and that the date and time of arrest was 1:55. Calls at 2:30, 2:33, 3:37, 9:35 a.m. 4 calls made, 4 calls, and there were no answers to those calls made by Partha Chatterjee to Mamata Banerjee after the arrest. So this is another explosive aspect that has come to light, where 4 calls were made, and the timing of those calls, 2:30 a.m. and there's a 2:31 a.m., 2:33 a.m., the third call at 3:37, and then you have 9:35 a.m. 4 calls were made reportedly as per the ED and their arrest memo. These calls were made to Mamata Banerjee by Partha Chatterjee, and she didn't receive the calls, is what they have said on record. So that's another aspect which is there in the document, which has been accessed by Republic TV. The entire Bengal cash scam document is on Republic. Taking a short break, I'm handing it back to you for now. We'll come back with the full details of the case and what the AIMS team in Bhubaneswar, have to say about the health of Partha Chatterjee. Because the High Court in Bengal, in Kolkata, came down heavily on politicians trying to admit themselves or get themselves admitted in medical facilities to evade agencies, and that's another breaking aspect that has come to light, and in the last 24 hours has been setback after setback for Partha Chatterjee. Back to you for now.
All right, Niranjan is getting us all those top updates right now. We've accessed stunning and robust proof with the ED right now, but the calls which were also made by Partha Chatterjee to Mamata Banerjee, and those calls were not received. We also got some details of several people who are involved and how government jobs were sold, viewers. How government jobs were sold. All right, let's have a look at the other top stories we're tracking from across the nation. Draupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th President of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by the CGI.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि
मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, he bid farewell to the nation with a heartwarming speech. The president said that he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti targeted outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's legacy, claiming that the Constitution of India was trampled upon umpteen times under his tenure. Raising the abrogation of Article 370 and CAA, Mufti claimed that Kovind fulfilled BJP's political agenda and allowed the unabashed targeting of minorities and Dalits. The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the center of BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate, with the opposition claiming that the government is using the movement to deflect attention from important issues. Now, AIUDF is too opposing Tiranga campaign. TMC Minister Partho Chatterjee has been shifted to AIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed the Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee from SSK Hospital in Kolkata to AIMS Bhubaneswar. Trouble mounts for Aditya Thackeray as Maharashtra government has ordered a review of all the development works and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray. This is in context of his constituency Worli allegedly getting more funding. The Bijnor police have arrested 2 people for allegedly trying to incite communal conspiracy in the vandalism case. As per the police, the vandalism was done to disturb the peace in the district. Meanwhile, the police is also closely monitoring social media platforms.
कस्बा शेरकोट स्थित कुतुब शाह की मजार पर भी इन्होंने कुछ तोड़फोड़ पहले की थी। दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, दोनों से पूछताछ की जा रही है। मोहम्मद कमाल और मोहम्मद आदिल ये 2 भाई हैं, इनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है और पूरी जानकारी की जा रही है।
BJP workers took to the streets of the national capital protesting against the Delhi government's new excise policy. The workers in large numbers carrying placards and party flags raised slogans against the Delhi government and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Central Crime Branch in Bengaluru has arrested a radicalized youth from his residence at the Tilak Nagar area. The CCB team of 30 people raided his house and detained him along with his 4 roommates. A complaint has been registered against the youth and his 4 roommates. Meanwhile, police is investigating the matter further. Police have registered a case against an unidentified man and initiated an investigation for allegedly giving live threats to actor couple Katrina Kaif and Vicky Kaushal through social media.
A breaking news development coming in, this time a tweet by Jairam Ramesh, the communications in charge of Congress party, and he has tweeted a letter submitted to the Honorable Chairman Rajya Sabha by all opposition parties, and he writes in bracket including TMC. That itself is another story, but we'll come to that. He says in the letter signed by, according to him, all the opposition parties. I can see Binoy Vishwam of the CPIM, Mukul Vasnik of the Congress party. We have seen Ram Gopal Yadav and Pramod Tiwari again of the Congress, Jairam Ramesh again of the Congress, and Vandana Chavan of the NCP. And the letter says, today at the swearing-in ceremony of the Honorable President, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge, leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, was made to sit in a seat not commensurate with the position he holds. We are writing to express our shock and protest at this deliberate disrespect shown to a very senior leader, violating the warrant of precedence and not in accordance with protocol courtesies due to him. I think this is set to explode. This joint opposition protest at the seating arrangement during the swearing-in ceremony of the President of India in the Central Hall of Parliament. We are yet to ascertain the facts in terms of what has led to this and what was the seating arrangement. If we can pull the visuals, I can ask the desk to pull out the visuals of the swearing-in ceremony when President Murmu was given the oath by Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramanna about 4 hours back. What was the seating arrangement? We'll have to see. According to the opposition, leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, was not given a seat commensurate with his position. In fact, the opposition alleges there is a breach of warrant of precedence as it happens in the seating arrangement, and that's what comes out of this letter signed jointly by the opposition leaders. I can see many of the Congress leaders and some others. For example, we have K. Elongavan, we have Binoy Vishwam, we have Mukul Vasanik, we have Ram Gopal Yadav, we have Vandana Chavan, and many of those names we can't decipher. There is a signature from the Shiv Sena. We have K. Venugopal, and some of the names are not there, or the parties are not written. But in all, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 signatures in this letter written by leaders jointly of the Rajya Sabha protesting against the arrangement, seating arrangement, protesting against the seating arrangement during the swearing-in ceremony of President Murmu, where, according to them, leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha was not given a seat, which was as per the warrant of precedence or in accordance with protocol or in accordance with courtesies, and hence a deliberate disrespect, according to the opposition, has been shown to Mallikarjun Kharge and hence to the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. I think this is going to snowball. We are as yet awaiting to see whether this was a lapse or a genuine act of omission, if I could call that, and a response is awaited from the Rajya Sabha on this issue which has been raised by the opposition. We'll have to see how the government responds to this. The opposition obviously taking umbrage at the fact that their leader in the Rajya Sabha was not given due respect, was not given a proper seat which was commensurate with his position as the leader of opposition, and the opposition alleges that there was a deliberate disrespect shown, and this is there was a deliberate disrespect shown to the senior leader, and it was violation of warrant of precedence, and it was not in accordance with the protocol courtesies. All right, this is the letter which is jointly written by opposition and signed by at least 18 leaders. And Jairam Ramesh is the communication in charge of the Congress party. He has tweeted this and they have raised it with the chairman of the Rajya Sabha on why the leader of opposition was not given a proper chair commensurate with his position. So Jairam Ramesh, Pramod Tiwari, there are some signatures which we can't identify because they are not accompanied with names and the parties. Elongavan K, then Binoy Vishwam, Mukul Vasanik, then Ram Gopal Yadav, then Vandana Chavan, then you have there's someone signing from Shiv Sena, then you have K.C. Venugopal, then you have all these taken together, 18 signatures in this list, and they have jointly protested against the disrespect shown to leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge. If we can get some voices either from the opposition to support this charge, or we can show the pictures. We can see in the pictures Mallikarjun Kharge sitting next to union cabinet ministers. In fact, he can be seen sitting next to Sarbanand Sonowal and Narayan Rane. So how does it become disrespect if he is sitting along with union cabinet ministers? Remember, the leader of opposition is a cabinet rank, and he is actually seen sitting next to cabinet ministers. So it would be interesting to see whether the opposition is reading too much into it. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP joins us. R.P. Singh, opposition making the charge against the government for having disrespected the leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha by not giving him proper seat and not showing due courtesies to him as per protocol.
Well, हिंदी में पंजाबी में कहावत है, उसे कहते हैं आटा गुंडी हिल्दी क्यों है. I mean, there are no issues left. They pick up किसी दांत लंबा है, किसी वो एक्सपंज वर्ड्स की डिक्शनरी के ऊपर क्वेश्चन है, कभी प्रोटेस्ट की जो चिट्ठी हर साल निकलती है उस पर क्वेश्चन है. There is question of where there is no question. I mean, and I don't know whether they are playing the role of opposition or they are into some school or some college level politics.
Also in the pictures, it is seen that though Mallikarjun Kharge is sitting next to Union Ministers Sarbanand Sonowal and Narayan Rane, he is not clapping when Union Minister, beg your pardon, when the President is being given oath, and I think everyone is clapping after the oath ceremony is over. But Mallikarjun Kharge is seen little angry. He is not seen very happy. He is not satisfied, and he is not clapping. So I think it must have begun there only. He must have realized that as leader of opposition, he should have been given a different chair than the extreme right, chair that he has been given. And in the pictures, it can be seen that he is not happy. If the desk can really show it clearly, yes. Now in the pictures, it is seen that Mallikarjun Kharge is really not enjoying his presence in the Central Hall of Parliament. He is not happy clearly with the way he has been seated, though of course he's sitting next to union ministers, and as leader of opposition he gets a cabinet rank, so it's not that he's sitting behind them, he's in the front row, but then he is not like the fact that he's sitting to the extreme right in a corner. He should have been somewhere in the middle. I think that must be the objection, R.P. Singh.
Well, as you said, I mean, leader of opposition is equivalent to the cabinet minister rank, so he was given, as per protocol, he was made to sit with the cabinet ministers only. Right or left or extreme right or extreme center, that's not the issue at all. But as I said, they have to rake up an issue without a reason, and they have to rake up issue of non-issues. And then that's the reason that people have started rejecting them also, because they're not picking up people's issue. It's their personal issues. That Sonia Gandhi, why is Sonia Gandhi called? Why Rahul Gandhi is called? Why Kharge is not been given seat? I have another question to ask on this. When ED called Kharge for the questioning, why did the Congress supported him as they are doing it for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi? At that time, he didn't feel that his party is neglecting him.
ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी की प्रेसिडेंट बने हैं, सबको खुशी है, लेकिन लोकतंत्र में ये तो लड़ते रहते हैं. ये चुनाव है, चुनाव शब्द ही लड़ना डेमोक्रेसी में. जब तक डेमोक्रेसी अस्तित्व में है तब तक चुनाव लड़ते ही रहते हैं, और उन्होंने चुनाव में जीत गया है, इसलिए उनका अभिनंदन हम करते हैं. वो अच्छा उनका कार्यकाल हो, डेमोक्रेसी की हिफाजत करे, संविधान की हिफाजत करे, सच्चाई को बचाए, और जो आज देश में हल्ला गुल्ला हो रहा है, गड़बड़ी हो रही है, कम से कम उसको संज्ञान में लेकर ठीक ढंग से वो चलाएंगे, ऐसी हम आशा करते हैं.
और महबूबा मुफ्ती ने एक तरह से रामनाथ कोविंद जो आउटगोइंग राष्ट्रपति हैं, अब भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति बन चुके हैं, उनके बारे में टिप्पणी किया कि उन्होंने ऐसा लीगेसी को छोड़ा है जिन्होंने संविधान को रौंदने का काम किया है. वो
उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बताना नहीं चाहता हूँ, वो उनके व्यूज हैं, लेकिन अब जो आउटगोइंग प्रेसिडेंट है वो टिप्पणी मैं नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जो आने वाले हैं या आए हैं, कम से कम वो तो रक्षा करें.
15वें राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर
not seen clapping.
That was Mallikarjun Kharge clearly not speaking on the issue which has been raised by joint opposition insofar as seating arrangement in the Central Hall of Parliament is concerned. But in the pictures it can be seen clearly that Kharge is very unhappy. He's looking unhappy, and he's not clapping along with the other ministers present when the oath is completed by President Murmu in the Central Hall of Parliament, which happened about 4 hours back. And I think that anger now translating into this joint letter by opposition, which has been tweeted by Congress's communication in charge, Jairam Ramesh, saying that this has been taken up with the chairman of Rajya Sabha. The response of the Rajya Sabha is obviously awaited, and Jairam Ramesh there tweeting a letter which has been submitted to Chairman Rajya Sabha by all opposition parties expressing disapproval on the seating arrangement in which Mallikarjun Kharge has been made to sit to the extreme right, though of course he continues to be there in the front row along with union cabinet ministers, given the fact that leader of opposition is a cabinet rank. But the opposition sees a breach of courtesies, a breach of protocol, and a violation of warrant of precedence in the seating arrangement. It seems they would have wanted that the leader of opposition sit next to the Prime Minister, perhaps, and in the pictures he's seen sitting to the extreme right in a corner, though of course next to Union Ministers Sarbanan Sonowal and Narayan Rane. But in the picture it can be clearly seen that Kharge is feeling slighted and not happy, and that has translated into this letter by joint opposition signed by 18 leaders and written to the chairman Rajya Sabha seeking redressal. We don't know what kind of redressal can come, but they have registered their protest, the joint opposition, and they are writing it in shock to protest at this deliberate disrespect shown to a very senior leader, violating the warrant of precedence and not in accordance with protocol and courtesies that are due to the leader of opposition. This must have begun there itself when Kharge sat.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ने अपना पद संभाला है। भारत के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है कि जनजातीय समाज से आने वाली हमारी बहन आज़ादी के 75वें वर्ष में जैसे देश आगे अमृतकाल की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, उसमें उनका उत्साहजनक नेतृत्व देश को मिलेगा। मैं अपनी ओर से और हम सब की ओर से उनको बधाई देता हूं। हमें उम्मीद थी कि आज राज्यसभा ठीक से चलेगी। कॉलिंग अटेंशन मोशन विपक्ष के द्वारा दिया गया था कोविड-19 के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए। बढ़ते हुए केसेस देश में चिंता का विषय, चेयर ने उसको स्वीकार किया था, स्वास्थ्य मंत्री सदन में थे। दुर्भाग्य से विपक्ष ने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय की चर्चा भी नहीं होने दी और पुनः एक बार हाउस को डिस्टर्ब करके, हाउस में सार्थक चर्चा करके आगे देश को एक अच्छा मैसेज देने के बदले फिर एक बार कामकाज, महत्वपूर्ण कामकाज को रोक दिया। सरकार महंगाई के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। पहले दिन से हमने ये रखा है कि हर विषय पे सरकार चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। महंगाई एक ज्वलंत विषय है। हम चाहते हैं कि इस पे देश को पता चले कैसे भारत ने कितने अहम कदम उठाए जिससे भारत की महंगाई बाकी देशों के निस्बत कैसे कम रखी गई, कितने महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पे सरकार की भूमिका इतनी प्रोएक्टिव रही जिसके कारण आज जहां अमेरिका या यूरोप में 1-1.5% से बढ़कर महंगाई 9 और 10 और 11% तक गई है, भारत में जो कांग्रेस और यूपीए के जमाने में डबल डिजिट इन्फ्लेशन का आदत पड़ गई थी, उसके सामने भारत में तो 4-5-6% महंगाई लगभग एवरेज रही है। हाल के दिनों में इतनी बड़ी विश्व में समस्याओं के बावजूद भी हमारी महंगाई 7% के आसपास है, जो विदेशों के निस्बत बहुत कम है, क्योंकि सरकार, केंद्र सरकार ने, हमारी कई राज्य सरकारों ने बहुत प्रभावी रूप से महंगाई को रोका है। जबकि जिन राज्यों में विपक्ष की सरकारें हैं, उन्होंने तो आज तक पेट्रोल डीजल तक के टैक्स को, जीएसटी के, अपने वैट को कम नहीं किया। जीएसटी का विषय हर बार उठाते हैं, उसमें भी पूरी तरीके से आप सबके सामने, देश की जनता के सामने स्पष्ट साबित हो गया है कि वो यूनानिमस डिसीजन था, जीएसटी काउंसिल का था, केंद्र सरकार का नहीं था। उसमें कांग्रेस के भी सरकारें हैं, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स में भी और पूरे काउंसिल में भी। वहां तो कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने, आम आदमी के 2-2 सरकारें हैं, किसी ने अपोज नहीं किया। तो एक प्रकार से पूरी तरीके से विपक्ष महंगाई की डिबेट से, महंगाई की चर्चा से विपक्ष भाग रही है। विपक्ष डर रही है कि उनका पर्दाफाश होगा। और मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार और हमारे भाजपा एनडीए की राज्य सरकारों ने जिस प्रभावी ढंग से महंगाई के सामने काम किया है, आज पूरे देश में संतुलन में रखने में हम सफल हुए। और कांग्रेस की जहां-जहां सरकारें हैं, जहां-जहां विपक्ष की, तृणमूल कांग्रेस की पश्चिम बंगाल हो, तेलंगाना में केसीआर की सरकार हो, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार हो, ये पूरी तरीके से फेल हुआ है देश की समस्या।
Piyush Goyal speaking on disruptions that are taking place inside the parliament, inside the Rajya Sabha by the opposition, because of which regular adjournments are happening. But then, as of now, of course, the focus entirely on the controversy stoked by Congress party in a joint opposition letter, in fact, which has been tweeted by Congress's communication in charge, Jairam Ramesh. The opposition is unhappy at the seat that was given to leader of opposition, the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, during the oath-taking ceremony in the central hall. Clearly in the pictures, even Kharge not looking happy about it. With this, over to the studios.
All right, thank you for that, Abhishek. Moving on then to more news. The entire country will be commemorating the supreme sacrifice of our brave hearts in the war of Kargil. Here are some exclusive reports filed by my colleague Zeenat from the Dras sector of Kargil.
Has completed 23 years, and today we are seeing not only the soldiers of Indian Army but also locals are paying tributes to the fallen soldiers and also remembering the memories, recalling the war, the deadly war between the Indian Army and the Pakistani intruders. And this is the place where the fought was fought for more than 47 days. One can remember the Batra top. Yes, Captain Batra, who's known for his slogan, Ye Dil Mange More of. We talk about the Tiger Hill, and then you see the Dras, where actually this whole thing was going on for 47 days. And then if we take it from here, we will show you the peaks of the Tolo link. Tolo link connects you to the Kargil and the Batalik sector, where again this war was going on when Indian Army lost more than 700 soldiers. But yes, if we talk about the Pakistan and the damage that was done by the Indian Army while they tried to illegally capture these peaks, it was in thousands. And if we remember that they did not even take the bodies of those intruders back. Even Air Force contributed in this war when they launched the Operation Safed Sagar. And if we talk about this Kargil war, the operation was given a code name which was known as Vijay, Operation Vijay. The celebrations and also the commemoration is taking place here at the Dras, where the soldiers
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Welcome back viewers, and going back to the story which has been stoked by the Congress party of controversy surrounding the seating arrangement in the Central Hall of Parliament when the oath-taking of President Draupadi Murmu was taking place, and the Congress and the entire opposition in Rajya Sabha in fact very unhappy that the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, was not given a chair proportionate to his office and was in fact, according to the opposition, a breach of precedence, a breach of courtesies, a breach of protocol and a breach of warrant of precedence. But now we have a fact check coming in from our digital desk and from Ketna, which says that in 2012 also, Niranjan, I'll go to you. Please explain these pictures. What are they? I can see Arun Jaitley sitting in a corner just like Mallikarjun Kharge, except that Jaitley is not as grumpy as Mallikarjun Kharge. Why we are bringing these two pictures? Please show these two pictures between 2012 and 2022 and explain the difference for the benefit of viewers and for the benefit of opposition as well. Niranjan.
Well, you see, Abhishek, this is perhaps the 6th or 7th time in the last 15 days, in the last fortnight, that we've actually fact-checked them on extremely silly claims that were being made. You'll remember the unparliamentary expressions, and then there was a claim made about, if I can ask my producers to cut back to the surface, I'll just show you the exact picture. This is Arun Jaitley. I'm going to clear this again. This is Arun Jaitley. Here's Manmohan Singh and Arun Jaitley. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister then. Arun Jaitley is here right at the corner, leader of opposition back then. And then you have Mallikarjun Kharge. Abhishek, you can perhaps come here and explain to us if you see any difference in the seating between 2012 and 2022. This is when Pranab Mukherjee became the president. This is when Draupadi Murmu became the president. Back then, of course, most of the Congress leaders are smiling. Now the union ministers are smiling. Kharge seems extremely upset. But as far as the seating controversy goes, do you see any difference, Abhishek?
The difference I see is that Jaitley is gracious enough to clap. He's clapping along with everyone else after the oath. But Mr. Kharge is grumpy. He's unhappy. He's not clapping. Apart from that, of course, Mr. Jaitley is sitting to the extreme right. Incidentally, it's so extreme left, and incidentally it so happens that he is sitting just ahead of Mr. Kharge, and Mr. Kharge was not given that courtesy of sitting in the front row by his own party. But here, of course, he's the leader of opposition and the cabinet rank, and that's why he's sitting next to the Union Cabinet Minister Sarbanan Sonowal, to whose right is Narayan Rane, another cabinet minister. And there seems to be one chair vacant, perhaps for one other union minister who did not come. And apart from that, again, Dharmendra Pradhan, Piyush Goyal, Smriti Irani, Arjun Munda, behind another row of union ministers. In fact, yes, behind is another row of union ministers, and then Prime Minister's Principal Secretary P.K. Mishra and other dignitaries going back. But what is important is that the only difference, Niranjan, I can see is between 2012 and 2022, that Mr. Kharge is not very happy. Mr. Jaitley, though pensive, is still clapping along with the rest of the dignitaries present on the completion of oath, Niranjan. That's the only difference I can see.
Well, the exact words used were, Abhishek, that it's not commensurate with the position of the leader of opposition. I don't see any difference with the seating here at all. So is it a clear case of a non-issue being blown up once again? Abhishek.
Well, as it happens, it seems that opposition has a short memory, and they would not have realized that this kind of fact check can be done, Niranjan, in these days of social media, where you can really quickly pull out those visuals from the past, and an immediate fact check can be done. So I think it's now up to the opposition really to explain, or the Congress party particularly, given the fact that Mr. Kharge comes from the grand old party, that whether this is wrong or this is right, or this is wrong and this is right. So I think that kind of explanation would only come from the opposition, Niranjan. We can't say, but we have just sort of our digital desk has fact-checked, the research team has fact-checked on whether there was any any disrespect shown to the leader of opposition. If it has been shown this time, was it shown that time as well?
Yeah, and in the last few days, Abhishek, you've had the unparliamentary expressions claim, you've had the issue of banned word list, and you've had several other issues which were blown up essentially to gain political mileage. But it appears that each time there was documentary proof. For example, in the unparliamentary expressions list, it was a practice followed from the 1950s. On the banned word list, something that has been followed for decades, and another non-issue being blown up. And you had that picture, ironically, that was also tweeted by the same Jairam Ramesh, if I'm not wrong, when he said who's the real leader, and there were pictures of Sonia Gandhi with Ansari when she went to file nomination. So I think it's sort of it's been a field day for anybody who had to fact check. Not like the kind of fact checks that happen nowadays, but the kind of fact check that is out there, and you really do a fact check and throw it back at them. It's sort of blatant. Back to you, Abhishek. We'll have to take a short break. We'll take a break, come back with the live coverage. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Niranjan. We, of course, continue our rolling coverage of developments in Parliament and other news after a short break. Be right back.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour. 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Do you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between 2 rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried.
Or whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
You're watching Superfast 50 with me, Shivangi Shukla. We'll get you the fastest updates in international sports and national news starting from now. India got its new president today, Draupadi Murmu, who is the first tribal woman president to be sworn in the history of India. President Murmu was given a guard of honor at the Rashtrapati Bhavan after becoming the new president of India. During this time, Prime Minister Modi was also present at the ceremony. Draupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th president of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by the CGI.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी
President Murmu, after taking an oath as the 15th tribal president of India, said that she witnesses energy to take the country forward and express confidence that the G20, which will direct the coming decades.
वोकल फॉर लोकल से लेकर डिजिटल इंडिया तक हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहा आज का भारत विश्व के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर औद्योगिक क्रांति 4.0 के लिए पूरी तरह भारत तैयार है.
In that address, President Draupadi Murmu assured prioritizing women's rights, saying that India has worked for women empowerment in the past and urged women to come forward and contribute to India's progress.
भारत के युवाओं को तथा भारत की महिलाओं को ये विश्वास दिलाती हूँ कि इस पद पर कार्य करते हुए मेरे लिए उनके हित सर्वोपरि होंगे.
As India gets its new president, the whole country rejoiced with celebrations today. The newly elected tribal woman president Draupadi Murmu has received congratulatory messages for various political fraternity. President Murmu inspected her first tri-services guard of honor at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in the national capital today. As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, he bid farewell to the nation on Sunday with a heartwarming speech. The president said that he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure. After taking oath as the 15th president of India in the parliament, Draupadi Murmu proudly said that she is the first president of the country who was born in India. Murmu was born on June 20th, 1958 in Odisha.
मैं देश की ऐसी पहली राष्ट्रपति भी हूँ जिसका जन्म आजाद भारत में हुआ है. हमारे स्वाधीनता सेनानियों ने आजाद हिंदुस्तान के हम नागरिकों से जो अपेक्षाएं की थी उनकी पूर्ति के लिए इस अमृत काल में हमें तेज गति से काम करना होगा.
President Draupadi Murmu is also the second woman president of India and the first ever tribal woman to hold the highest constitutional post. President Draupadi Murmu took oath as India president at the Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot on President Draupadi Murmu's speech said that each word the president said had a meaning. He further expressed hope on president's commitment toward the country.
पीस है उसके एक एक शब्द का मीनिंग था. मैं बहुत इम्प्रेस हुआ. एक आदिवासी महिला ने जो अपनी भावना प्रकट की है वो तारीफ के काबिल है और जो उन्होंने देश के साथ में कमिटमेंट किया है बोल करके मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि वो उस पर खरी उतरेगी.
Union Minister Arjun Munda hailed President Draupadi Murmu as she swears in as India's 15th president. He said that with her presidentship, it's the new beginning for all tribal community.
एक आदिवासी महिला के नाते पहली आदिवासी महिला ने राष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ ली. अपने आप में उत्साहजनक वातावरण है, पूरे देश में खुशी है और इससे आदिवासी समाज को आने वाले दिनों में काफ़ी प्रेरणा भी मिलेगी।
Amid various congratulatory messages coming in, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh congratulated President Draupadi Murmu on a historic victory. He further hailed her achievements, saying her struggles spread across good message to the society.
मैं सबसे पहले आम आदमी पार्टी की ओर से, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की ओर से देश के सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद की शपथ लेने पर द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को नमन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti in a tweet criticized the outgoing president's term, stating that the outgoing president left behind a legacy where the Indian constitution was trampled upon umpteenth times via the scrapping of Article 370 CAA or the unabashed targeting of minorities, and then it's stating that the acts were carried out to fulfill the BJP's political agenda at the cost of the Indian constitution. Reacting on the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti's tweet on the outgoing president's term, BJP state president of Jammu and Kashmir Ravindra Raina said that the Mehbooba has a habit of making controversial statements and she should refrain from making such statements.
महबूबा जी का जो कहना है वो उनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन दर्शाता है। लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में धारा 370 का बिल पेश हुआ, पास हुआ और उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति का हस्ताक्षर करना ये स्वाभाविक बात है। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से ये पाकिस्तान प्रस्त, पत्थरबाज, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद, ये चीज़ों को ख़त्म किया है धारा 370 के कारण से, आज रामनाथ कोविंद जी पर जो हमारे राष्ट्रपति आज तक थे उन पर इस प्रकार का इल्जाम लगाना सरासर गलत है।
Exclusive Republic TV led with the biggest leads in the Bengal's cash scam. Exclusive details of the ED against Ministers of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise of West Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, has been accessed. The Bijnor police have arrested 2 people for allegedly trying to incite communal conspiracy in vandalism case. As per the police, the vandalism was done to disturb the peace in the district. Meanwhile, the police is also closely monitoring social media platforms.
एयरपोर्ट स्थित कुतुब शाह की मजार पर भी इन्होंने कुछ तोड़फोड़ पहले की थी। दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, दोनों से पूछताछ की जा रही है। मोहम्मद कमाल और मोहम्मद आदिल ये 2 भाई हैं, इनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है और पूरी जानकारी की जा रही है।
BJP workers took to the streets of the national capital protesting against the Delhi government's new excise policy. The workers in large numbers carrying placards and party flags raised slogans against the Delhi government and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Amid BJP's demonstration against Aam Aadmi Party government's new policy, police detained several BJP protesters. Police were also deployed at the protest site to maintain law and order. Central Crime Branch of Bengaluru has arrested a radicalized youth from his residence at Tilak Nagar area. The CCB team of 30 people raided his house and detained him along with his 4 roommates. A complaint has been registered against the youth and his 4 roommates. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter further. On Monday, a trainer aircraft crash landed in a farm of Pune district in Maharashtra, reportedly due to a technical fault in the plane. Now, 22-year-old pilot Bhavika Rathore has been practicing in the trainer aircraft, suffered minor injuries. Meanwhile, the DGCA has initiated the investigation. BJP National General Secretary and in charge of Jammu and Kashmir flagged off the first ever Tiranga bike rally from Ghantaghar to Kargil War Memorial in Jammu and Kashmir. BJP leader Tarun Chugh on the first ever Tiranga bike rally said that the rally is for the Kargil Vijay Divas.
भारत की पग-पग भूमि भारत के हर नागरिक की है और देश के हर नागरिक के अंदर तिरंगे के लिए एक अलग तरह का सम्मान है। जो लोग भारत को तोड़ना चाहते थे, अब उनकी एक नहीं चलने वाली ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है जिसने विकास व विश्वास दोनों बहाल किए हैं। आज जम्मू कश्मीर का हर नागरिक भारत के आए हुए अलग प्रांतों से नागरिकों के साथ मिलकर मोटरसाइकिल रैली पर निकला है।
Trouble mounted for Shiv Sena leader Aditya Thackeray after Maharashtra government ordered a review of all the development work and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray. Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge on the 8th day of monsoon session said that no discussions have taken place until now on several issues raised in the monsoon session. He further said that this is a loss of democracy.
आज तक एक मीटिंग भी सरकार ने बुलाई नहीं और इस समस्या को सुलझाने के लिए और किस तरीके से इस चर्चा को आगे लेके जाए या क्या इससे एक रास्ता निकाले, ये तो उनका काम है।
The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the center of BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate with the opposition claiming that the government is using the movement to deflect attention from important issues. Now with the latest, AIUDF is opposing the Tiranga campaign.
BJP is in power. They are from the RSS or Rashtriya Sangchapa group. They never show any patriotism in this line. They never raise the national flag in their office. So ultimately, it is I think hypocrisy decisions. Everyone holds their national flag in every house. They told already the rupees 16 you will get the national flag.
Amid reactions coming in on the AIUDF statement, the BJP spokesperson RP Singh on Har Ghar Tiranga campaign said that RSS has nothing got to do with the national campaign and believes in patriotism.
Well, what do RSS has to do with the Har Ghar Tiranga thing? It's the 75th year of the independence. It's the Amrit Mahotsav which has been celebrated in India and the country. So we should take this message to every household. And then for my members from AIUDF, there's no other organization which I know in the country which preaches nationalism more than RSS.
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti in a tweet criticized the outgoing president, stating that Ramnath Kovind has left behind a legacy where the Indian constitution was trampled via scrapping of Article 370. The PDP chief further stated that the acts were carried out to fulfill BJP's party's political agenda at the cost of the Indian constitution. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gave suspension of business notice under Rule 267 in Rajya Sabha over the misuse of CBI DD against the Delhi government today. After his treatment at the state-run SSKM hospital was objected against, the Enforcement Directorate, West Bengal Commerce and Industries Minister Partho Chatterjee left for Odisha to be treated at AIMS in Bhubaneswar. The minister, along with his aide Arpita Mukherjee, are being investigated for a teacher recruitment scam in West Bengal State Service Commission that led to irregular appointments of several teachers in the state.
We have constituted the committee and then we'll examine. This is just we have seen the patient, so detail we'll see and then let you know what exactly. This is the just beginning. We have not gone in detail all the investigation, everything. Then we'll let you know everything. Okay.
After how many days you will stay here?
We'll see and then find out.
As heavy monsoon sweep through India, the river Bias near Manali in Himachal Pradesh was seen flowing over danger levels, overflowing and spilling over dangerously close to human settlements along its path, while taking over the valley as great amounts of rainwater rushes along with the river. The superintendent of Fever Hospital, Dr. K. Shankar, in an exclusive conversation with the Republic on first suspected case of monkeypox in Telangana, said that the suspected person had a travel history from Kuwait.
And he has a travel history from Kuwait. And after 1 week or 10 days, he developed fever and some rash in the body. And he went to some private hospital in Kamareddy. They suspected monkeypox. and because of travel history, they informed health officials and state IDSP surveillance team.
The tragic incident reported in UP's Barabanki, 8 people lost their lives and several injured in a bus accident at Purvanchal Expressway en route from Bihar to Delhi. The incident happened after a speeding double-decker bus collided with the other. Meanwhile, further investigation is underway in the matter. UP CM Yogi Adityanath expressed grief on the loss of the lives in a road accident on Purvanchal Expressway in Uttar Pradesh. UP CM further instructed concerned officials for rescue operations and proper treatment of the injured people. The AIUDF criticized a new education policy adopted by the Assam government for not provincialized new schools. It refers to the government taking up the responsibility for developing schools and paying these salaries to the teachers within the same. The Assam government recently gave the direction to carry out the amalgamation of schools in the state within a fixed time frame following the RTE guidelines. A senior leader of the Congress claimed that the ongoing leadership tussle between the former Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and the state Congress chief DK Shivakumar was pushing the party toward darkness. An Assam-based terror suspect was arrested by the crime branch of the Bengaluru police. 30 police personnel raided his house and detained 4 of his roommates. A lead in the connection with him was confirmed by the police. Bahujan Samaj Party chief Mayawati hit out at the UP government over controversies surrounding transfers in the health and public works departments. At a meeting of BSP office bearers, she alleged that the people of UP are harassed due to a corruption at every level. Days after a portion of Bundelkhand Expressway developed deep potholes due to rains in Jalon, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav on Sunday asked BJP government when will bulldozer move on those who built the expressway. A portion of the Bundelkhand Expressway developed deep potholes due to heavy rains at Jalon within a week of PM Modi's inaugurating the 296-kilometer road. Shiv Sena's Uddhav faction challenged the ongoing proceedings of the Election Commission with regards to the case of disqualification of MLAs of Shinde faction that remains pending at the moment. The proceedings were challenged at the Supreme Court, with the faction arguing that the commission was not able to decide who the real Shiv Sena was. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin wrote to PM Modi requesting him to take necessary steps to secure the future of medical students who have returned from Ukraine. The CM wrote a letter in the response to a query raised in the Lok Sabha, where it has been clarified by the Minister of State of Health and Family Welfare that no permission had been given by the National Medical Commission to transfer or accommodate any foreign medical students in any Indian medical institute or university. 25th batch of more than 3,500 Amarnath Yatra pilgrims have left for Kashmir Valley from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. Now, earlier, Amarnath Yatra was halted due to heavy rains witnessed in the Union Territory. Dozens of people have been evacuated after 2 towns on Japan's main south island of Kyushu, where a volcano spewed ash and lava into nighttime sky. Japan's Met Agency raised the eruption alert to the highest level of 5 and advised 51 residents in 2 towns facing the volcano to leave their homes. There have been no reports of damage or injuries so far. The presidential office in the Sri Lankan capital of Colombo reopened after days of anti-government protests in the country. The office was opened amid heavy deployment of security. At least 17 people were killed when a boat carrying Haitian migrants have apparently capsized off the Bahamas. The Bahamian security forces recovered the bodies and rescued 25 people. In a statement on the tragedy, PM for the Bahamas said that the victims include 15 women, 1 man and an infant. According to officials, Myanmar has executed 4 opponents of the military government. Myanmar saying that 4 opponents have executed. They were convicted under the country's counter-terrorism law. The death sentences were announced on June 3rd. The 2 other men were convicted of killing a woman. They believe there was a military informer. Residents in Wellington, a village on the eastern outskirts of London, are recovering from the aftermath of a devastating fire on 19 July, which destroyed an entire row of houses after racing through tinder-dry fields nearby. Now, the fire took place during Britain's record-breaking heatwave, which created the busiest day for London firefighters since bombs rained down on the city during World War II.
I mean, there was all sorts of silly things in there, like my old nan's last packet of fags she had before she gave up smoking 30 years ago, and I just want to get in there now, and there must be something in there. There must be something I can give them back. There must be. Just one thing, you know.
A major fire broke out in southern Greece, burning homes in villages not far from the archaeological site of ancient Olympia. There were at least 6 more fires burning across the country, according to the fire service, with 3 of those burning for several days. India scripted a sensational series, clinching 2-wicket win over West Indies in the second game, held at the port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago, and Shardul Thakur picked most wickets. Akshar Patel scored 64 runs off 35 balls, making it his maiden ODI 50. Jonas Vingegaard became the Tour de France 2022 champion. The former fish factory worker from Denmark dethroned defending champion Pogacar with memorable performances in the mountains in the cycling's biggest race. France started their preparations ahead of their Euro 2022 semi-finals against Germany. The team beat defending champions, the Netherlands, 1-0 to reach the final 4 of a European Championship for the first time. Irina Camelia Begu described Palermo as a special place and insisted that she would be back to defend her title after winning the Palermo Ladies Open played in Italy.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Hey, do you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between 2 rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And news from across the world.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, getting some more updates in the SSC scam on your screens. Partho's aide, Arpita, being produced in court as we speak right now. Exclusive and first on Republic TV. Visuals there on your screen. Remember, Arpita Mukherjee, she's the one who stashed over 22 crores at her residence. They were seized from her house, and she was a close aide of West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee. And those are the visuals there of the aide. Aide Arpita being produced in court after her medical test had taken place just a short while back. Big news coming in, viewers. So this is the news coming in right now, viewers. Arpita Mukherjee, more than 22 crores in cash, gold jewelry worth many lakhs were found. With 22 mobiles were found. There was jewelry found in her house, and she is one of the people who are accused in this scam. She's an aide of Partho as well, and she's been produced in court at this point of time. This is the case. This is the case with the SSC recruitment scam. Remember that the CBI has been looking into alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff, assistant teachers. The ED is probing the money laundering aspect coming in as well. Much more coming up on the inside, viewers. In the Bengal cash scam explodes. Aide of Partho being produced in court right now. We'll get you all the updates after the short break. Stay tuned.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip a Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
द्रौपदी मुर्मू ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी।
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Draupadi Murmu takes oath as 15th president, becomes India's youngest president and the first tribal president. Jairam Ramesh stokes fresh controversy, complains over Kharge's seating arrangement. Republic exposes the Congress claim. Pictures show that the same seat was given to Arun Jaitley in 2012. The Bengal cash scam explodes. Full details of Partha Chatterjee's arrest and complete list of seizures are on Republic. AIUDF targets India's most patriotic campaign, insults the Har Ghar Tiranga. Big communal conspiracy busted in Bijnor. Brothers wore saffron cloth to cloak their identity while targeting a mazar. Starting the news with some breaking news now coming in that the CBI has arrested 4 people for allegedly duping a number of people to the tune of 100 crore on the pretext of falsely assuring them of an arrangement of seats in the Rajya Sabha, appointment of governor, appointment as chairman in different government organizations under the central government. It's a multi-state racket. Let me go across to Shavan joining us with the details. Shavan.
In fact, Niranjan, this FIR has now been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And the input that they had essentially received was that one person who goes by the name of Kamlakar, who is a resident of Maharashtra, he was falsely impersonating himself as a CBI officer who was posted at the CBI headquarters in New Delhi. He then entered into a criminal conspiracy with 4 other people. They also are from the national capital. Essentially, what they were planning to do is they had basically made false promises. They had made assuring some candidature for Rajya Sabha against a huge consideration to the tune of 100 crores, and not just candidature in the Rajya Sabha, but several other posts, which also includes that of a governor and appointment of the chairman in different government organizations under central government. Now, this, if you take a look at the period that they are essentially looking at, we are being told that it started for almost over a year now. They have been booked under various sections of the IPC as well as the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. These are the sections that have been invoked. In fact, 4 people have already been arrested. They say that there's a possibility that more number of people could be involved, and this could actually spread to not just the national capital, but various other cities from where they were essentially operating.
Okay, do we have any names of people who were duped? Any details coming in?
Well, in fact, they have at this point in time only mentioned about those who were part of this entire conspiracy, which basically includes one person who goes by the name of Kamlakar and a few other people whose names have also been shared, Mahendra Pal Arora being the other person, the third being Abhishek Pura, and there's another person who is based out of Mumbai. We've been told these are 4 people who were involved in it. Those who were duped, names haven't been revealed as yet by the sources within the...
Yes. Lost the line with Shavan there. We'll try and go back to him in just a short while. We have some more breaking news updates now coming in on Republic. Let's go across and get you the latest News now coming in on the conspiracy. Post-Godhra Republic has accessed the SIT affidavit in the Gujarat riots conspiracy. The SIT says there is ample evidence to suggest the former Gujarat DGP Arvind was part of a larger nexus and was part of a conspiracy from the very beginning. The SIT claims there was a large conspiracy hatched with political notice. They say. SIT alleges the conspiracy was hatched by Teesta, Setalwad, RB Srikumar and Sanjeev Bhatt on behest of late Congress leader Ahmed Patel. That's the SIT in Gujarat naming a Congress leader, and that is why it's explosive. Priyanka joining us with the details. Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Niranjan. As you were pointing out, the salient details of this entire affidavit as well that we have accessed exclusively, that has been also filed as a reply with respect to the bail hearing is concerned of RB Srikumar. In this, of course, the parts of the investigation have been mentioned as to how, what really are the evidences that have come so far in front of the Gujarat SIT that has been formed to categorically look into the details of how there were fabrication of evidences, there was fabrication of documents and also the fabrication of statements that had been given by witnesses. But now these are some points of this affidavit that I would just very quickly read out for our viewers. Soon after the Godhra train incident, Srikumar held meetings with Teesta and others as well. And now this is a very important part of this entire affidavit, where he is categorically mentioning that there were meetings that had taken place between RB Srikumar, Teesta Setalwad and Ahmed Patel as well. Now we are seeing Ahmed Patel's name again and again coming up in this entire conspiracy, how Teesta Setalwad had been working for Ahmed Patel as well, for in return of the Rajya Sabha seat as well. Those were some of the details that had come to light during the course of the court proceedings with respect to the Teesta Setalwad's bail application that she had also filed before the court as well. And now this is another clincher that is coming to light with respect to the investigation by the SIT, in which there were meetings that they are claiming that they have reason to believe, they have evidences to prove that these were meetings that had taken place with RB Srikumar and Teesta Setalwad as well, who had been very categorically been involved in the fabrication of the evidences when it comes to the SIT probe that was being carried out with respect to the 2002 riots. Now, apart from that, another very important point in this is that the conspiracy hatched between Srikumar, Teesta, Sanjeev Bhatt on the behest of the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel. Now, this is something that has been mentioned in the reply that has been filed by the SIT in the court, where they have very categorically said that there were on the behest of Ahmed Patel, that is all of these three people had been working, that is RB Srikumar, Teesta Setalwad and Sanjeev Bhatt. Now, these are statements that have been made earlier as well by the SIT, that they have evidences to prove that RB Srikumar, Teesta Setalwad and Sanjeev Bhatt had been in cahoots with respect to the fabrication of the evidence. But now this is a clincher that has come to light with respect to this reply that has been filed, Niranjan, in which they have categorically mentioned that they knew that these three people had been in cahoots in working for fabrication of the evidence, but they were working at the behest of Ahmed Patel, is something that has come out now in this reply of the SIT that has been filed before the Ahmedabad court with respect to the bail petition that had been filed by RB Srikumar as well. So this is another clincher. And of course, we had seen Ahmed Patel's daughter as well just last week when this entire story had broken with respect to the reply that had been filed in the court and the kind of arguments that had been put forward before the court as well, where Ahmed Patel's daughter in fact had also come out and clarified that there is absolutely no truth to these kind of statements or these kind of legal arguments that have been put before the court. But that being said, we are seeing that the SIT is claiming time and time again that there were these three people that they know of, at least Teesta Setalwad, Sanjeev Bhatt and RB Srikumar, and in the FIR as well, and also in the reply they had stated earlier while they were asking the court to reject the bail petition of Teesta Setalwad, they had categorically mentioned that there are big political figures who had been involved in this entire conspiracy to fabricate evidence, to implicate the then state government that was led by Narendra Modi, who was the chief minister. And of course, before that as well, we have seen these kind of details coming to light with respect to those meetings that were being carried out with Sanjeev Bhatt, who said that there was a meeting that had been headed by the then chief minister Narendra Modi, but that meeting had not happened at all. So those are the kind of evidences that have come to light with respect to this investigation that is being headed headed by the SIT now, the Ahmedabad Crime Branch, and of course the SIT being headed by the Gujarat ATS Chief Detained as well. So that being said, we are looking at how more and more evidences are piling up now, Niranjan, that has now become a clincher with respect to how this was a political vendetta when it comes to the fabrication of evidence of implicating the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi, and also this has been mentioned in the Supreme Court hearing, in the Supreme Court order as well, that there was a conspiracy at play, there was a political motivation behind these kind of fabrication of evidences, and that is exactly what we have seen coming to light during the course of this investigation since the time that Teesta Setalvad had been arrested from her Juhu residence in Mumbai and then had been brought back to Ahmedabad. And since then there is one after the other investigation, interrogation that was being carried out of Teesta Setalvad, of Sanjeev Bhatt, of RB Srikumar as well. Sanjeev Bhatt, in fact, just 2 days back has also now been given, remand to the police custody so that he can be interrogated. And during the course of those interrogations as well, we had seen that the SIT had already mentioned that they need a remand custody of all these three accused so that they can be confronted with the big names that are coming to light with respect to these fabrication charges that have been leveled against them. In fact, they have been proven against them. So that is why they said that they need more time. That is why they said that these people should not be given bail. They have antecedents. They have connections with huge political leaders who might also tamper with this entire investigation. Even though, we are seeing Ahmed Patel's name coming to light. Of course, he passed away a few years back, and now we are seeing that his family members had also come out in his defense. But the truth remains that the SIT has found now new evidences that shows that there was a meeting that had been chaired by Ahmed Patel with RB Srikumar, with Sanjeev Bhatt, with Teesta Setalvad, in which all of these discussions had also been done. All this planning and plotting had been carried out as to how to fabricate these evidences, how to make how to do witness tampering as well, how to make witnesses sign these fake statements, pre-written statements, without letting the witnesses read these statements as well. So all of this has been mentioned in the investigation. It has come out during the course of the investigation. But now, Niranjan, a clincher that has come to light in the form of this reply that has been filed by the SIT. In fact, where they have said that all of these three members had been working at the behest of the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel.
Thank you for that. In fact, that's a big development in that in the post-2002, post-Godhra riot political conspiracy, and explosive claims being made that after Godhra, there were meetings held RB Srikumar, Sanjeev Bhatt, Teesta, and a specific allegation of the Congress party's late leader Ahmed Patel, who was the political advisor to Sonia Gandhi. The SIT claims that he paid Teesta Setalvad money, saying that he paid Teesta Setalvad money to execute the conspiracy. Now that's a very, very serious charge. And let's see what the Congress party says on it. Gaurav Bhatia is on the phone line of the BJP. Gaurav Bhatia, the SIT has gone on record in Gujarat to talk about the political conspiracy, and the exact words used are that Teesta Setalvad had received 5 lakhs and then rupees 25 lakhs from late Shri Ahmed Patel as a means to execute the conspiracy. Can I get your party's response to that? Gaurav Bhatia.
This is a clear indication of what the Honorable Supreme Court had also said in its judgment. And people like Teesta Setalvad and others, especially the Congress party, who were no match to the then Chief Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, tried to destroy him politically by this vendetta unleashed by the people. Now the truth is coming out, and the saddest part is, our political vultures, they feast on dead bodies, and their sinister design is to personally benefit politically and financially from the pain of the common citizens. The truth is coming out, and we are very sure that the court would take a stern view, and these people who are guilty of orchestrating riots, of trying to attack the Prime Minister, will be punished under law.
Thank you, Gaurav. Getting in some breaking news now, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister responding to the seating controversy that wasn't. Let's cut across straight to that live response coming in from Delhi over a story that Republic TV broke.
हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार है, दोनों सदनों में चर्चा के लिए तैयार है. Not only in one house, in the both house, government is ready for the discussion on the price rise. This is duly communicated. they were telling that government is not talking to us. I have personally spoken to both the leaders in Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, and I will speak to other leaders also after a few minutes, and I urge them with folded hands. Governments want discussion, and government wants the government business also, that is bill and other things also to be passed. So that's why सदन जो होता है वो चर्चा के लिए होता है. चर्चा के बाद चिंतन और मंथन के बाद एक निष्कर्ष पर हमको आने के लिए सदन है. लोगों को एक प्रतीक्षा है, एक अपेक्षा है. सदन में चर्चा होगा, हमारे समस्या के बारे में और कुछ हल निकलेगा. इसीलिए मैं आग्रह करता हूं, और किसी मंत्री उत्तर देने दो. ऐसे गैर जिम्मेदार बयान वो दे रहे. फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री आना है क्या, ऐसे पूछते हैं. मैं बता रहा हूं, और हमारे सरकार के निर्णय है कि निर्मला जी आने के बाद वो आपको सुनना चाहते हैं. शी वांट्स टू लिसन टू यू, शी वांट्स टू रिप्लाई यू. दैट्स व्हाई आई अर्ज once again the opposition through you that please come for the discussion, and we will start the business, and very shortly I am very confident she will come to the house, and there will be debate on even on price rise for which they are demanding, and they are just making it as a reason. एक बहाना बना रहे हैं. एक्चुअल चर्चा कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड अदर ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज एक्चुअल चर्चा करना नहीं चाहते हैं. No, no, see, so can we expect the protesting MPs will be physically removed? It is not.
A clincher now, viewers, that has come to light with respect to the 2002 SIT probe and the fabrication of evidence against Teesta Setalvad, Sanjeev Bhatt and RB Srikumar as well, where now Ahmed Patel's name has come out in the open, and that he had been conducting meeting and these three people had been working at the behest of him. We're getting you all the details right after this very short break.
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant, killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Hey, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry.
You are whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And getting in some pictures now from Uttar Pradesh, where the Chief Minister of the state, Yogi Adityanath, has conducted an aerial survey reviewing the Kavar Yatra. And this is Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister, who also showered flower petals on the Yatra via the chopper. Now those are pictures coming in of him reviewing the Yatra from the skies. We'll go across to Aishwarya, joining us on the phone line, and the first pictures of Yogi Adityanath's survey, which was conducted earlier this evening. And we'll take a short break. In fact, we'll take a short break, and we'll come back with more pictures and details, and perhaps we'll also have a video of that in a few minutes from now. There's controversy over the Tiranga campaign. There shouldn't be a controversy, but some parties are trying to politicize the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, one of India's most nationalistic campaigns. They're questioning it, and we're getting you the details. Some parties are openly opposing. Why are they opposing the Tiranga? That's the question.
This worker was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है. वो सुचिता दलाल the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant, killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Hey, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. All right, those are pictures of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, who's reviewed the Kavar Yatra. He had earlier issued directions to ensure safety and security of all pilgrims on the Kavar Yatra during the auspicious Sawan month, and all possible facilities be provided. That's the picture, the first video, in fact, of him conducting an aerial survey. And the state police has also deployed special officers on all routes of the Kavar Yatra and choppers for aerial vigilance. Also, now coming in. All right, we have some more breaking news update just before we go to a short break. We'll take a short break, but before that, there is some breaking news now coming in that 4 Congress MPs have been suspended. That's the breaking news update now coming in. A quick update before we take a short break. Piyush, our correspondent, confirming that 4 MPs of the Congress have just been suspended, and they've been suspended from the Parliament for their unruly protests is what we are hearing. We'll come back with full details after this short break. Stay tuned.
That is Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Hey, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only the
Getting in more details right now. Aishwarya joining us with details of the Congress parliamentarians who have been suspended now. M. Pratapa, Jyotimani, Manikam Tagore and Ramya Haridas, we are hearing, have been suspended. Let me go across to Aishwarya joining us with the details. Aishwarya, why have they been suspended? Okay, so we'll just go back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, are you there? Is this over the placards? Is this over the placard protest?
Well, absolutely, because according to the new terms and conditions of the House, today, after the House electing the new swearing in of the new President of India, the House commenced, and according to the new rule book, you cannot carry any placards, any slogans, any kind of material which you intend to protest with into the well. And when, after repeated warnings given by the Speaker, these 4 Congress MPs, who are namely, they basically have been suspended for 24 hours. They are M. Pratap, Jyotimani, Manikam Tagore and Ramya Haridas. All 4 of them had placards in their hand. All 4 of them carried those placards with them into the well. And after the chair telling them, giving them warning at least 4 different occasions, they still continued. The chair also gave them a final warning saying that this shall not be allowed under any circumstance post 3 p.m. But they still continued. And despite of that, despite of the repeated warnings of the chair, all these 4 MPs along with few other who were protesting did not have any placards in their hand. Thus, working according to the rule book, the chair has acted and then suspended all 4 of them for the next 24 hours. That's what we are being told initially. Yes, Dhananjan.
Now, there have been several warnings that have been given by the Speaker, regarding holding placards.
6 in total today itself.
Yeah.
6 in total. Six warnings were issued by the chair today itself, and they were told that according to the new rule book, you cannot get these placards, these slogans written on any kind of document and then raise them in the well. You have to follow the rule, you have to follow the process, you have to follow the new terms and conditions of the House, and this is something which these particular 4 MPs did not follow, and hence, as a result, after we are being told minimum 6 warnings which were given on record by the chair, then this decision was taken after a final warning was given right prior to 3 p.m. when the chair said that this shall not be allowed, and this is according to the Rule 374. I repeat, this is according to the Rule 374 of the proceedings that all these 4 MPs have been basically told that they cannot, they have been suspended and they cannot enter the House for the next 24 hours. Niranjan, over to you.
Congress Party, Piyush has just sent us an input. I'm just requesting my team to just pull that out. So we'll just pull that out in just a few seconds, Aishwarya. I think, okay, Jaspir Gill of the Congress Party is responding. Let me just play that out. Yeah, stay with me, Aishwarya. Listen in. Okay, that's the first reaction that's coming in off the Congress Party there. That's Jaspir Gill, a Congress parliamentarian, on the suspension of 4 MPs. It's a poor audio there. It's a mobile video that has been sent in by Piyush, who's seen there. Let's go back to the pictures of the placard protest. And the speaker has been pretty vocal about it, asking the Congress party not to bring placards inside Parliament. And 4 Congress Lok Sabha MPs have been suspended after the ruckus. And their whole aim has been to sort of hold these placards in a way that they're seen in front of the cameras. And we are hearing that 4 of them have now been suspended. Let me go across to Aishwarya, still on the phone line. Aishwarya, doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon, does it?
Niranjan, disruption and not discussion seems to be the process as far as Congress party is concerned. Our colleague Piyush was just talking to Jaspir Gill, the new Congress MP, right outside gate number 1. We are trying to get a better audio of it. But what Congress says that they allege foul. They say that there were other MPs also who were carrying placards of the other opposition parties, but only 4 MPs have been identified. But we are being told that the chair has identified them, and there is also visual proof of that, as these proceedings are recorded 24/7. And hence, whatever decision has been taken according to the rule book, and we are being told that the rule is 374 according to the rule book of Parliament functions, that they were given 6 warnings officially, and the final warning was issued by the chair right prior to 3 p.m. in which all of the protesting MPs were very clearly told that if you continue to protest post 3 p.m, then the chair would take strictest possible action, and the same has followed. Though they have only been suspended for 24 hours, that effectively mean 1 day, that they basically cannot attend House tomorrow. Day after, they can be back in action. But it's a message which the chair is giving out, that this kind of disruption cannot continue. The House is for discussion, Niranjan, and not for disruption. This is something which we have been seeing for the last 7 to 8 sessions, out of which half of them have been a complete washout. Despite the Prime Minister, despite the other senior leaders trying to reach out to the opposition, disruption has been the way, and specifically for the Congress party. But now these 4 Congress MPs being suspended because they were carrying placards inside the House, and now we are being told they have come outside gate number 4, Niranjan. We are trying to get those visuals first. Outside gate number 4, they have come out and they are raising the same placards. Once again, all those 4 suspended MPs have now come out of gate number 4 of the Parliament, and they are protesting. We are getting those visuals within the next few seconds itself. We are being told that Gaurav Gogoi has basically also accompanied them. The Congress is having a little press conference right outside gate number 4 of the Parliament with Ramya Haridas and then Jyotimani, both of them, and also T.N. Pratapan. T.N. Pratapan has also been suspended. So T.N. Pratapan and the other 3 are doing a press conference at gate number 4 of the Parliament alongside Gaurav Gogoi. We are trying to get you those visuals. So the Congress continue the protest. Now when they have been suspended inside the House, they have moved outside. They have exited from gate number 4 of the Parliament, and right now are holding a press conference there. We are being told that the very action which was taken by the chair was according to the rule book. As we just said, rule 374 of the rule book has been followed and action has been taken. We are trying to get those visuals, Niranjan, within the next few seconds itself, outside gate number 4, where Congress is Gaurav Gogoi and these 4 suspended MPs are having a press conference and saying that they will continue to protest even now, if not inside the House, outside the House. Niranjan.
Okay, yeah. Okay, stay with me, trying to get some political reactions to this as well. In fact, the Speaker has warned several times, asking for these MPs to behave themselves in Parliament, saying that there is a line that has to be drawn at some point on disruptions, on behavior inside Parliament, and 4 MPs have now been suspended. These are pictures of the MPs who are still protesting. And the pictures are on your screens right now. We have some more breaking news updates coming in. We'll go across to that. And we also had the response coming in from a Congress MP who says that the Congress party will continue to protest. Listen in.
सर एमपीज को सस्पेंड किया गया कांग्रेस पार्टी के, क्या कहेंगे आप? लगातार एक रक्कस क्रिएट हो रहा था, उसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए किया गया है।
देखिए, ये बीजेपी की सरकार डर गई है महंगाई के मुद्दे पे चर्चा नहीं करानी। हम पिछले 4-5 दिन से ये महंगाई के चर्चा करवाने का जोर दे रहे थे। इन्होंने उस पर ना करवा के जो सांसदों को सस्पेंड किया गया है, और इसके अलावा भी इनको ये भी डर है कि इनका वाइस प्रेसिडेंट का उम्मीदवार जो है वो जीतेगा नहीं, और ये वोट को सस्पेंड करके कि इसलिए कि ये वोट ना डाल सके। धन्यवाद।
लेकिन आप मानते नहीं सर कि पार्लियामेंट चलना जरूरी भी है और लगातार रकस जो है नहीं
पार्लियामेंट चलना जरूरी भी है और महंगाई पे चर्चा जरूरी भी है, क्योंकि सारा देश आज महंगाई पे त्रास कर रहा है और लोगों को वो भी रिलीफ मिलना चाहता है।
इसी तरह से सदन में होता रहेगा सर रकस लगातार?
ये जब तक महंगाई के मुद्दे पे चर्चा नहीं कराएंगे हम हटने वाले हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
Getting in some more breaking news right now, and the Delhi police has denied permission for the Congress party. Another breaking news update: the Delhi police denying permission to Congress to protest at Rajghat tomorrow. The Congress had applied for protests during Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Sonia Gandhi is set for a second round of questioning in the National Herald case on Tuesday, and the permission has now been denied. The Delhi police has denied permission to the Congress party to protest at Rajghat. Now, for some reason, the Congress party is protesting, as Sonia Gandhi is called by the Enforcement Directorate, to abide by the law, as any citizen should. Piyush Ori is joining me on the phone line. Piyush, what is the Delhi police saying on why they are denying this permission? Piyush, can you hear me? Piyush? Okay, I'll go across to Piyush in just a few seconds, but the Delhi police, that's the breaking news update right now on Republic. The Delhi police has denied permission to the Congress party to protest at Rajghat tomorrow. The Congress had applied for permission to protest during Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, and Sonia Gandhi herself set for a second round of questioning in the National Herald case on Tuesday, and they wanted to protest once again tomorrow, and that permission has now been denied, so they can't protest at the Rajghat. Piyush Ori is joining me back. Piyush, can you hear me now? Piyush?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, can you tell us what the Delhi police has said while denying permission to the Congress party to protest?
Well, definitely, what we have heard is that, the Delhi police has denied permission for the Congress workers to organize a protest march at Rajghat, saying that it's going to... Yes, as I said, that, the Delhi police has denied the permission for the Congress workers to organize a protest march at Rajghat, saying that it is going to definitely put a problem for the law and order situation. So, as of now, what we have heard is that the Delhi police has denied permission for the Congress workers to organize a protest march, who were adamant that they wanted to organize a protest march at Rajghat, trying to show that symbolic protest for the summons that have been issued to Sonia Gandhi by the ED. We have heard that the Enforcement Directorate has asked Sonia Gandhi to appear before it for questioning over the National Herald case, for which the Congress workers wanted to organize a protest. But the Delhi police has denied them organizing a protest march at Rajghat, saying that it's a sensitive area, it's a VIP area, and that's why they have asked them not to organize a protest march at Rajghat. It is going to be interesting for us to watch how the Congress workers are going to respond to it. As it is, we have seen the ruckus that has been created in Parliament today, leading to the suspension of 4 Congress MPs because of the ED summons that have been issued to Sonia Gandhi. Now, since the Delhi police has also stopped them from organizing protest march at Rajghat, it is going to be very interesting to see that how Congress now tries to model its protest march. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's the first update that we're getting in on the permission that the Congress party sought to protest in Delhi. Sonia Gandhi has been summoned once again tomorrow, and that permission has been denied, is what we're hearing. Draupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th President of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि
मैं
श्रद्धापूर्वक
भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, he bid farewell to the nation on Sunday and once again today with a speech, and the president said he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure.
And the successor.
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti targeted outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's legacy, claiming that the Constitution of India was trampled upon umpteen times under his tenure, raising the abrogation of Article 370 and CAA. Mehbooba Mufti claimed that Kovind fulfilled BJP's political agenda. The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the centre of the BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate, with the opposition claiming that the government is using movement to deflect attention from important issues. Now, the latest AIUDF in Assam opposing the Tiranga campaign. Trinamool Congress leader and Minister of Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, has now been shifted to AIIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal minister from SSKM Hospital in Kolkata to AIIMS. Trouble mounts for Aditya Thackeray as Maharashtra government has ordered a review of all developmental works and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray. This is in context of his constituency Worli allegedly getting relatively more funds. Bijnor police have arrested 2 people for allegedly trying to incite communal conspiracy in Mazar vandalism case. As for the police, the vandalism was done to disturb peace in the district. The police is also closely monitoring social media platforms. It appears that 2 Muslim youth wore saffron headgear and tried to target a mosque while trying to instigate people.
कस्बा शेरकोट स्थित कुतुब शाह की मजार पर भी इन्होंने कुछ तोड़फोड़ पहले की थी। दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, दोनों से पूछताछ की जा रही है। मोहम्मद कमाल और मोहम्मद आदिल ये 2 भाई हैं, इनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है और पूरी जानकारी की जा रही है।
BJP workers took to the streets in Delhi protesting against Delhi government's new excise policy. The workers in large numbers carrying placards and party flags raised slogans against the Delhi government and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Central Crime Branch in Bengaluru has arrested a youth they claim was radicalized from his residence. The SCCB team of 30 people raided a house and detained youth along with his roommates. A complaint has been registered against the youth and 4 others. Three cases confirmed in Kerala, 1 from Delhi. Another case of suspected monkeypox has not been confirmed yet, has been reported from Telangana. Republic spoke to the medical officer in charge in Telangana on the 35-year-old returnee from Kuwait.
After 3 cases of monkeypox which were been reported in Kerala, well, now first suspected case of monkeypox has been reported in Telangana, and now the person is undergoing treatment at the Fever Hospital. Well, we are here joined in by the Superintendent K. Shankar. Sir, what is the situation right now? First suspected case of monkeypox is being reported here in Telangana.
Already India reported 4 cases. By the time 4th case was reported in Delhi, it is confirmed, and 3 cases from Kerala. It will be a 5th suspected case. It has reached here from Kamareddy area hospital, and he is a young man, around 35 years old man. He has travel history from Kuwait. He came 2 weeks back from Kuwait. After 10 days, he developed some mild grade fever and some rashes in the body, and he went to some private hospital. There they suspected monkeypox, and then they referred to area hospital Kamareddy. From area hospital, our IDSP, our DMNHO, immediately they suspected monkeypox and they referred here yesterday night. And we examined this patient. He had a travel history. Number 1, he had a rash all over the body, especially face and neck and chest and hands. And typical lesions of chicken pox or maybe monkey pox because of travel history and because of fever, and you are considering as a suspect cases. We are isolated him, quarantined him Ward 7, and we are taking samples. 5 types of sample you have to collect: one urine sample, blood sample, and a sample from the wound, your cut wound, and lesions and secretions from the body, and even throat swab also. 5 types of sample we are collected now, and we are sending by evening to Pune, NIV Pune. By the day of tomorrow evening, we may expect results. Till that, we are treating a symptomatic supporting. A patient is stable now. The lesions looks like a typical lesions, or maybe monkeypox, or may not be monkeypox. It look like a viral fever. Chicken pox also there. And till that, we are managing here in Fever Hospital. And his family members, 6 people are also quarantined. They don't have any lesions, but they have isolated and closely monitored.
Taking a short break now, coming back with details of the Tiranga campaign that some parties have a problem with. They continue to raise this issue. AIUDF is calling it a political ploy, etc. People like Mehbooba Mufti, parties like National Conference also have an issue with this campaign. Back with the details. And getting the details of a communal conspiracy in Bijnor, where people pretending to be from a different community tried to destroy a mazar to stoke riots.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I'm of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between 2 rival gangs, which caused dozens of...
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the message of hope and compassion that the country's 15th President Draupadi Murmu expressed in her maiden address to the Parliament. PM Modi took to Twitter and lauded President Murmu's first speech to lawmakers after taking the oath administered by CGI N.V. Ramana. Murmu scripted history and became the youngest President of India. She expressed optimism about the nation's future. In her first address to the Parliament, the 15th President of India also weighed in on Kargil Vijay Divas and tribal women's rights and mentioned that she was the first woman from her village to attend college.
मैं जिस पृष्ठभूमि से आती हूँ वहाँ मेरे लिए प्रारंभिक शिक्षा प्राप्त करना भी एक स्वप्न जैसा ही था और मैं कॉलेज जाने वाली अपने गांव की पहली बेटी थी.
The 64-year-old former Jharkhand governor took oath as the 15th president of the country. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, Bengal cash scam explodes. Full details of Partho's arrest and complete list of seizures only on Republic.
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour. 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 4:30 p.m. Jairam stokes fresh controversy. Complaints over Kharge's seating arrangement. Republic exposes Vadra Congress picture shows same seat given to Jaitley in the year 2012. Bengal cash scam explodes. Full details of Partha's arrest and complete list of seizures only on Republic TV. AIUDF targets India's most patriotic campaign, insults Har Ghar Tiranga. Big communal conspiracy busted in Bijnor. Brothers in Bijnor wore saffron clothes to cloak identity. Viewers, we know that news does not wait. We know that news is always live and breaking, and we know that you hate missing out on the news. Don't be denied live news anymore. No more fear of missing out. You can watch the news anytime, anywhere, on any device. All you have to do is open your browser, Google Republic Livestream, and tap to watch the news. We are available on most OTT platforms, and if your platform of choice does not have Republic Livestream, you can ask them to reach out to us and we will make it available for you. Let's move on to the big breaking coming in at this point of time, and this is coming in from the Bengal cash scam. Now, the AIMS Bhubaneswar director says that Partho Chatterjee will be discharged by today itself from AIMS Bhubaneswar. Big news coming in. Remember, he was admitted there and he will be discharged today. Big news coming in, viewers. Remember that Partho Chatterjee is arrested by the ED. An update has come on his health. Let's have a look and hear what the director said just a short while back.
And we have submitted the report to the Honorable High Court.
Is there any chase bail?
So there was not much of chase bail.
Okay.
So everything which is off, he will be discharged today.
Any kidney problems, sir?
Yeah.
Any kidney
He has stable condition, and maybe whatever the things he is having due to the chronic illness that he is having. So nothing of in serious nature at this moment to intervene. We have
diagnosis was sahi tha?
That is their diagnosis. I am not going to comment on that. So we have given, submitted. Pardon?
We don't need hospitalization.
Yes. At this moment, we are going to discharge. We investigated and we have submitted the report to the Honorable High Court.
Is there any chase bail?
So there was not much of chase bail.
Okay.
So everything which is off, he will be discharged today.
Any kidney problems, sir?
Yeah.
Any kidney
He has stable condition, and maybe whatever the things he is having due to the chronic illness that he is having. So nothing of in serious nature at this moment to intervene. We have
diagnosis was sahi tha?
That is their diagnosis. I am not going to comment on that. So we have given, submitted. Pardon?
We don't need hospitalization.
Yes. At this moment, we are going to discharge.
I want to go straight across to our senior editor, Shravan Sen, who is getting us the latest. Shravan, we just heard that he will be discharged today. That means that we believe that the special PMLA court will be hearing ED's plea seeking his further remand. Is that what's coming up next?
Well, Shivagi, the larger question is, were health reports manipulated in SSKM hospital? That's the bigger question to be asked at this point in time, because remember, the moment he was sent into Enforcement Directorate's custody, he had sought refuge of certain medical conditions, and that is the reason why he got himself admitted at the SSKM hospital, which essentially means that there wasn't even a single day or even a single minute that the Enforcement Directorate had the opportunity to question the minister in concern. Today, what turns out is that AIMS in Bhubaneswar has basically given a report to the court indicating that Partho Chatterjee is absolutely fine. He has chronic illness, but that is not something that requires an immediate attention. And this is even more worrisome, because if you really look at certain remarks that have been made by the court in Calcutta, they had categorically mentioned about the fact that how political leaders in the past too have actually taken the refuge of SSKM hospital, a government-run hospital in Kolkata, especially when central agencies have called them for questioning. it turns out that a similar sort of plan was worked out even for Partho Chatterjee. So that's the larger question. Now, how does that pan out in the court as we speak right now? The hearing is going to take place. One will have to wait and watch as to what is it that the Enforcement Directorate actually informs the court, because they haven't really made much progress right now as far as the investigation goes, because they've not had the opportunity to question Partho Chatterjee. All that they have been able to do so is question his close associate Arpita Mukherjee, who was granted one-day Enforcement Directorate's custody.
Right. Ishan Dev is also joining us live in the Republic Bangla newsroom. Ishan Dev, take us through what exactly is happening from your end, because we have also accessed a 10-page document where there's incriminating evidence related to the recruitment scam were found in the document. Ishan Dev, what are you picking up?
The people in West Bengal and the political spectrum in West Bengal, they are waiting for the answer right now that what happens to Partho Chatterjee next, because as the AIIMS Bhubaneswar has already made a press conference and they have categorically said it that there is no such health condition of Partho Chatterjee in which he should be admitted in the hospital. He is going to be discharged very soon. That has been clearly said by the AIIMS Bhubaneswar, and AIIMS Bhubaneswar has made it clear also that whatever illness or medications are there, those are because of his chronic illnesses and his chronic health conditions. So nothing new scenario has evolved, and the doctor from AIIMS Bhubaneswar, who has appeared for the press conference, he has also said that Partho Chatterjee's chest pain is not something of a serious kind about which Partho Chatterjee was complaining. So now here people are waiting to know that when Partho Chatterjee is going to be produced before the special ED court, because his custody was for 2 days and today he was to be produced in front of the special ED court. But whether he is, after being discharged, whether he is going to be brought to West Bengal right now, or any virtual hearing will be arranged from Bhubaneswar and he will be brought back to West Bengal tomorrow, that is not clear yet. But whole West Bengal is now waiting to get the answer of these questions, that what happens to Partho Chatterjee next,
right,
with how he is going to be produced before the court, and that is not clear yet. Back to the studio.
Exactly, what happens to Partho Chatterjee next? Because the AIIMS director has said that Partho Chatterjee will be discharged by today itself, viewers, from AIIMS Bhubaneswar. And we continue tracking this top story. Let's have a look at this report filed by our bureau now.
At least 8 people have died and several others injured after 2 double-decker private buses collided with each other on UP's Purvanchal Expressway. According to reports, the incident happened near Narayanpur village under Loni Khatra police station area. Both vehicles were heading to Delhi from Bihar when the collision happened. The accident happened when one of the buses stopped suddenly and the second one, which was at full speed, collided with it. The injured were immediately rushed to a nearby hospital.
एक बस दूसरे बस से टकराई और इसमें अभी तक की जानकारी के अनुसार 8 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है और 16 लोग करीब घायल हुए हैं, जिनमें लोगों को यहाँ ट्रॉमा लखनऊ के लिए रेफर किया गया है.
A team of police officials were rushed to the accident spot and an investigation is underway in this matter. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, the political debate over the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign rages on. Still today, AIUDF has now objected to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign and is questioning the RSS instead of not raising the tricolour. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in on this big story.
RSS never raised the Indian flag in their office. So ultimately it is a contradictory, self-contradictory. Now the BJP is in power. They are from the RSS or Rashtriya Sangchab group. They never show any patriotism in this line.
Well, what do RSS has to do with this Har Ghar Tiranga thing? It's the 75th year of the independence. It's the Amrit Mahotsav which has been celebrated in India and the country. So we should take this message to every household. And then for my members from AIUDF, there's no other organization which I know in the country which preaches nationalism more than RSS.
And we keep getting back-to-back responses on Republic Newsbreak. Now the BJP has slammed the AIUDF for running an anti-national agenda. Here's more. Republic Newsbreak. Now BJP slamming back the AIUDF on running an anti-national agenda.
मोदी जी का जो घर घर में तिरंगा लहराने का जो ड्राइविंग उन लोग अभी मोदी जी ने रिक्वेस्ट किया है हम लोग सबको, हमारा मुख्यमंत्री ने भी इसका एक प्रसार सोशल मीडिया में हो या उनका संवाद माध्यम से अभी कर रहा है। इसका ऊपर यूडीएफ का एमएलए ने जो आज सवाल क्वेश्चन किया है, हम उसको पूछना चाहता हूँ, हम भारतीय हूँ, हम इंडियन हूँ, हमारा तिरंगा इंडिया में नहीं लहराएगा तो क्या बांग्लादेश में लहराएगा मैं? तो उन लोग का थिंकिंग ये है जे दे आर नॉट इंडियन, तो ये तिरंगा का ऊपर उनका सवाल कर रहा है, ये भारत का इंटीग्रिटी का ऊपर सवाल हो रहा है। इसका मतलब इन लोग इंडिया का तिरंगा नहीं होस्ट करेगा, इनका अगेंस्ट में जाके वो बांग्लादेश में तिरंगा होस्ट कीजिए। तो ऐसे हमेशा यूडीएफ का एमएलए लोग हमेशा एंटी नेशनल, एंटी हमारा इंडियन इंटीग्रिटी का ऊपर उन लोग हमेशा अगेंस्ट में बात बोलता है। दे आर सपोर्टिंग एक्सट्रीमिस्ट। मेरा यही बोलना चाहता था, इन लोग ये तिरंगा लहराने का अगेंस्ट में जो सवाल पेट्रिज्म का बात जो बोल रहा है, मतलब दे आर नॉट सपोर्टिंग इंडियन, दे आर सपोर्टिंग बांग्लादेशी। तो आप जाइए बांग्लादेश में, जाके वहाँ पे तिरंगा सराइए। हमारा इंडिया में आपको रुकना है तो 15 अगस्त को तिरंगा लहराना ही पड़ेगा। और हमारा जो ड्राइव है हर घर में तिरंगा 11 अगस्त से 13 अगस्त तक हम लोग जरूर करेगा, और हर घर में होगा, असम में होगा, हर इंडिया में होगा।
अमृतकाल ये महोत्सव हम लोग चला रहे हैं, 75 साल हमारे हो गए हैं। इस 75 साल में हमने बहुत कुछ खोया भी है और बहुत कुछ पाया भी है, लेकिन इन लोग को कुछ भी देश हित में कुछ भी काम हाथ में लिया जाता है तो इनको हजम नहीं होता है। इनका एजेंडा ही है एंटी नेशनल एजेंडा है। तो एओडीएफ को मैं सावधान कर देना चाहता हूँ कि इस देश हित में देश प्रेम के नेशनलिस्ट इस मूवमेंट के खिलाफ अगर खड़ा होता है, ये लोग अपने आप प्रूफ करेगा ये देश के साथ नहीं है, ये देश के गद्दार है। तिरंगा हमारा जान है, शान है, मान है, स्वाभिमान सम्मान के प्रतीक है। अगर इसके विरुद्ध में अगर कोई खिलाफ बोले तो इसका नियत साफ नहीं है, ये देश के प्रति उनका कोई सद्भावना नहीं है, देश प्रेम नहीं है उनके मन में, यही बात दर्शाता है।
As reports come about of a possible election in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the Election Commission in the Union Territory held a workshop for the first level checking of the EVMs and VVPATs for the election commissioners and deputy election commissioners in the state. The training session was held at the convention hall in Jammu. Owners of manufacturing companies of the machines were reportedly also present at the venue along with officials of the Election Commission. The Election Commission had earlier sent over 14,500 VVPAT voting systems to Jammu and Kashmir on the 18th of July. The Election Commission has also ordered special revision of electoral rolls before 31st of October. Jammu and Kashmir still remains under the President's rules since it was imposed in 2018, at least a year before Article 370 of the Constitution was officially abolished. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, a hearing is currently underway in the Bengal cash scam in the special CBI court. Priyanka is joining me live. Priyanka, the CBI advocate is giving some arguments right now. Take us through what's happening.
Well, yes, Shivangi, in fact, the details of what's really transpiring inside of the courtroom right now. This is the special court, in fact, which has been where.
And right now, what we are getting, the second-to-second update, in fact, what we are getting right now is that there was constant communication between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita. Now, we have seen this come out during the course of the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate, who had also stated in the remand application for
Partha Chatterjee. They had stated that there was constant communication between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, and we have seen since then that the TMC and Partha Chatterjee also trying to distance themselves from Arpita, since it was her house from where cash had also been seized. But now, of course, these are some points that also prove that these were the two people who were in cahoots. They had been in constant communication, and that there is links between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita as well. In fact, we are putting out the details of what's really transpiring inside of the courtroom, and we are getting how 21.9 crores of cash had been found from Arpita's house. Now, this has been said by the advocate from the Enforcement Directorate, putting forward the arguments for remand of Arpita as well, since remember, it was yesterday that she had been given a one-day remand custody to Enforcement Directorate, and now today she had been taken for her medical. As per the requirements, for 24 hours she was supposed to be taken for a medical, and now she has been produced before the court so that further remand can be sought for by the Enforcement Directorate. And we're getting all the updates from inside from our colleagues who are present there, and we are also pointing out how there are certain details. For example, what they're also talking about, how there were property that had been purchased with the joint name. Now, this is a clincher. You know, we are seeing these kind of details that are coming to light from inside of the courtroom, where they're now saying, the ED is now saying that there were properties that had been purchased with joint name of Partha and Arpita.
In this raid that they had carried out 2 days back at Partha Chatterjee's residence and Arpita's residence as well, from where documents had been seized, we had been getting the inclination of the kind of massive number of documents that have been seized, Shivangi, by the Enforcement Directorate in these raids. But these documents are now being cited inside of the courtroom for getting further remand of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita as well. Now, they both have done offence of money laundering. Now, this is again something that is being said by the Enforcement Directorate lawyer inside of the courtroom, where now they are talking about the kind of cash that had also been seized. They're saying 21.9 crores of cash that had been recovered from Arpita's residence itself. And now we are seeing that that is being cited inside of the courtroom so that further remand can be sought for of Arpita and Partha as well. But as of now, of course, for Arpita, she has been produced before the court. Her 24 hours of custody is ending with the Enforcement Directorate, and that is why they're also producing her before the court. And we have seen, Shivangi, the kind of details that had come to light with respect to the raids that had been carried out. Now, we are also expecting that the ED will be citing those insignia documents of the West Bengal government that had been found from inside of the residences of Arpita as well. So they might also be cited because that is a direct link of the SSC scandal that was being investigated earlier by the CBI as well, under the direction of the Calcutta High Court, where they had said that they need to carry out a fact-finding mission as well to understand how this entire conspiracy had been at play. And since then, we have seen one after the other several big names of the West Bengal government machinery that are coming to light. One being, of course, Partha Chatterjee, who had also been called by the CBI. He had been interrogated before as well, and now we are seeing that over the last 3 days, the ED also carrying out their raids, and those new documents that are when it comes to the kind of investigation that they're doing, the reason that they have reason to believe that there was hawala transactions as well that were being carried out, and those are also parts of the investigation that they will be looking into, that they will be scrutinizing, because now they already have documents of properties that they had brought together. Shivangi, we must understand for our viewers as well as to how they are going to be proceeding with the investigation further from now on, because they will be citing all these documents. They will be looking further into how more and more people had been involved in this entire nexus. It was not just Partha Chatterjee, it was not just Arpita as well. But as of now,
Arpita under the scanner by the Enforcement Directorate. So let's talk about that as well. Because we had seen the kind of heaps of cash that had been recovered from Arpita's residence, 21.9 crore, and now we are seeing that the Hawala links also coming to light. So now the Enforcement Directorate is also going to be investigating into that part of this entire matter, where they are going to be looking at the dubious financial transactions that were being carried out, the Hawala transactions, if there were any, that will be also investigated as well. But as of now, the ED also pointing out that they both have done offence of money laundering. So now this is something that has been, that is final as of now, that the Enforcement Director is looking into that aspect of the investigation to understand how money laundering was being done by Partha Chatterjee, by Arpita as well, because it was her house where the cash had been seized. And it's also important to mention that the Enforcement Directorate has first established that there was a constant communication and that these are the two people who had been also communicating while carrying out this scam as well, and that is why now further on they're proceeding towards how there were money laundering also being done. Now viewers, we are on the ground getting you minute-to-minute update as to what's really happening inside of the courtroom. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll be getting you the fastest updates on this hearing on Arpita.
कांग्रेस वर्कर was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel. बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है. वो सुचिता दलाल, the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Viewers, we continue to be live in Breaking on Republic TV. Now, UP's Director General of Police informed sources about an incident of vandalization in Bijnor that amounted to a possible communal conspiracy. 2 graveyards were vandalized by individuals reportedly interested in creating communal disharmony at the time of the Kanwar Yatra. Here's more.
आज बिजनौर पुलिस के अंतर्गत थाना शेरकोट में स्थानीय पुलिस ने बहुत ही बड़ी सांप्रदायिक साजिश का होने से रोका। घटना कुछ इस प्रकार से हुई कि ये सूचना लगभग 5 बजे के करीब आई कि 2 व्यक्तियों के द्वारा जलाल शाह की मज़ार पे तोड़फोड़ तथा कुछ चादरें जलाई गई हैं। इस पे बहुत ही त्वरित कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस वहां पहुंची। जब तक पुलिस वहां तहकीकात कर रही थी, ये सूचना फिर से प्राप्त हुई कि उसी थाना क्षेत्र में भूरे शाह की मजाल पर भी कुछ तोड़फोड़ और आगजनी हुई है। वहाँ भी पुलिस और पीआरवी की गाड़ियाँ पहुँची तथा बहुत ही त्वरित कार्रवाई करते हुए 2 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया। ये दोनों व्यक्ति, जिनका नाम कमाल और आदिल है, ये सगे भाई हैं। इन लोगों ने गेरुए रंग का पट्टा सर पे बांध रखा था तथा इनके द्वारा ये घटना कारित की गई थी। स्थानीय स्तर पर यह भी सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि वहाँ धार्मिक ग्रंथ को भी क्षति पहुँचाई गई है, लेकिन वहाँ उपस्थित धर्मगुरुओं के सामने ये चीज़ें चेक की गई तो धार्मिक ग्रंथों को किसी तरह की कोई क्षति नहीं पहुंचाई गई। प्रारंभिक पूछताछ पर इन लोगों ने बताया कि उन लोगों ने शेरकोट कस्बे में सुबह 11:30 बजे एक कुतुब शाह की मज़ार है, वहाँ भी कुछ तोड़फोड़ की थी जो कि लोगों के संज्ञान में नहीं आई। ये पूरा घटनाक्रम ये दर्शाता है कि विशेषकर जब कांवड़ का मेला और कांवड़ का रस सबसे ज़्यादा चल रहा है, उस समय इस तरह की घटना कारित करा के माहौल को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की गई है।
Viewers, marathon hearing is right now underway where the ED is going to seek custody of Arpita as well, a close aide of Partha Chatterjee as well. And we are getting you minute-to-minute update from right outside the courtroom. And stay tuned to Republic. Right after this short break, we will get you all the details.
Congress worker was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं। पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है। वो सुचिता दलाल the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between 2 rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip a Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Welcome viewers, the hearing is currently underway in the Bengal cash scam in the special CBI court. ED claims to have found documents of joint property of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita. This is a breaking news development, in fact, that ED also says Arpita has admitted that the cash recovered belongs to Partha Chatterjee. We have Priyanka Sharma joining us, as also Shawan Sen, who brings those very important documents to us. That's a massive development coming in connection with the Bengal school cash for recruitment scam, where Arpita Mukherjee has accepted that the cash belonged to Partha Chatterjee, and that ED has recovered some documents which clearly show that Partha and Arpita jointly own certain properties. Let me go to Shawan first and then to Priyanka on the ground. I think we are yet to connect with Shawan over the phone, but let's go to Priyanka on the ground. She's reporting from Kolkata, where these proceedings are taking place. Priyanka, after the AIIMS Bhubaneswar cleared Partha Chatterjee of any health issues and now he's set to be grilled, comes this development where Arpita, according to Enforcement Directorate before the court, has admitted to connections with Partha Chatterjee and that the cash recovered from her residence in fact belongs to the Bengal minister. What more can you tell us?
Well, Abhishek, let's also tell our viewers the real-time updates that we're getting from inside of the courtroom, in fact, where we are picking up that the Enforcement Directorate right now, the legal team, in fact, putting forth the arguments stating that Partha Chatterjee is somebody who's a very corrupt man. In fact, even when his demeanor while he was in SSKM, it was like a don, and that he had also threatened the several officials of the Enforcement Directorate. And now they're also claiming that he was fine as well. And when we asked for the investigation, he fell ill. Now, this is the exact words by the Enforcement Directorate's legal team inside of the courtroom, where they're stating that he was fine, absolutely fine, till we asked him for the investigation, till we asked him certain questions as well. Now, apart from that, they're also claiming that why was an air ambulance that had been used for taking Partha Chatterjee to Bhubaneswar AIIMS as well. And apart from that, he's been given a clean bill of health as well by the superintendent there from AIIMS in Bhubaneswar. And so why is there a delay as well? And apart from that, we are also seeing the Enforcement Directorate stating that the Partha Chatterjee's doctor should also be punished. Now, these are statements coming in from inside of the courtroom, real-time updates, Abhishek, that we're getting from our colleagues inside of the courtroom. And Partha should be given in remand is something that the Enforcement Directorate is stating right now before the court. And they're also claiming that Partha is not cooperating, Abhishek, from where the money has come, who has given this to Arpita, and that needs to be investigated. Now, this is the real chunk of the arguments that really goes to tell us the trajectory of the investigation that will be done going forward by the investigating authorities, that is the Enforcement Directorate in this case. And of course, they have also stated that Partha Chatterjee had, from the very beginning of this entire investigation, had not been cooperating. He was being evasive, and they're also claiming, they're also trying to show that there was a coordination between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita as well, and they have also tried to establish that via some documents that have been recovered from
Priyanka.
the houses of Arpita as well as Partha Chatterjee. Now they're saying their properties that they have bought together, and that
Priyanka,
they were in
in fact,
close
this is-
communication even during the SSC scandal, Abhishek.
Priyanka, in fact, this is a big breaking development coming in, and that's from the courts again, from where you are reporting. The Enforcement Directorate has told the court that an attempt was made to intimidate them, where a black car hit one of the ED cars carrying one of their officials, and in fact, they are seeking security for themselves while in Kolkata. That's a big breaking development, and the court might take cognizance of it. ED clearly making a charge that their officers are not safe while investigating matters connected with those in the Bengal government in Kolkata.
Well, absolutely, and that is the latest that we're picking up, Abhishek, because this is not actually to anybody's surprise, because we have been seeing these kind of arguments that have been put forth before the court right from the very beginning, since the day that the raids had been being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at the residences of Partha Chatterjee, and they had categorically said that one of the reasons for his arrest was that he was not cooperating, he was not giving the right answers, he was not, he was actually being extremely evasive, he was being threatening as well. Apart from that, that was the reason that he was taken into custody from the very first go. But now we are seeing that even since then, he was taken to the SSKM hospital, and now the Enforcement Directorate again has stated that he was acting like a don. Now these were the words by the legal team of Enforcement Directorate inside of the courtroom, where they have said that Partha Chatterjee is somebody who's very influential, he's somebody who's very powerful, and that is why he needs to be taken into custody so that he can be asked questions, the right questions with the right documents that they have now seized from the residences of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita as well. And of course, from the very beginning of this hearing, Abhishek, we have seen that the Enforcement Directorate trying to also make a case that there is a link between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita as well, because since this entire matter came to light of Arpita also being involved, we have seen that the TMC leaders have also tried to distance themselves. But of course, we are seeing that the Enforcement Directorate saying that there is a close communication that had been going on between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita, to the point that both of them have taken properties together and the documents have both of their names on it. So now there cannot be any denial of the fact that these two people had been working in tandem with each other. They had been in cahoots during the SSC scandal and also the misappropriation of funds. But let us also take a step back, because right now they are talking about the money laundering issue of it, and they're talking about the cash that had also been seized. They're saying that it is about 21.9 crore rupees in cash that had been seized. And now we are seeing the kind of intimidation that was being done by Partha Chatterjee. Yeah.
Right, Priyanka, thank you so much. Keep tabs on the developments there. In fact, it might get bigger with the Enforcement Directorate claiming that there is threat to the life of their officers, in fact, CRPF as well, and that their safety needs to be assured. But a big breaking development coming in now from the world of sports. Pugilist Lovelina Borgohain, Tokyo Olympic medalist, Arjuna awardee in 2020, twice World Championship gold medalist, bronze medalist, and twice Asian Championship bronze medalist. Lovelina has now claimed that she is being harassed by her coaches. It's a tweet that has come in about 45 minutes back, in which she's saying that she has to say it or share it with a very heavy heart, that she is being harassed by none other than her coaches. She has named a couple of them, including one Dronacharya awardee. Since it's there on the Twitter, we have to name. It says, इनमें से एक कोच संध्या गुरुंगजी द्रोणाचार्य अवार्डी भी हैं. She says that she is under so much stress that she cannot focus on the Commonwealth Games that are coming up. Remember, viewers, Prime Minister had engaged with the Commonwealth Games participants and athletes just a few days back, and in fact, we have to go to newsroom. Srijani is live from the newsroom along with Natasha. In fact, Naranjan is live from the newsroom. Naranjan, over to you. Pugilist Lovelina Borgohain, boxer Lovelina Borgohain, claiming that she is being harassed, because of which she is not able to focus on the upcoming Commonwealth Games.
Well, it's explosive, Abhishek. It's a sitting champion, Lovelina Borgohain, the Olympic medalist. Lovelina Borgohain has gone on record to claim harassment. It's a very, very big development before the Commonwealth Games. Let's get the pictures out of, Lovelina Borgohain as well. Lovelina Borgohain has claimed in this particular post that her coaches are being changed, her coaches were being stopped, and that her coaches and coaches were being sent back, and she says in the middle of all of this confusion, her training is getting hit. She claims the politics is affecting her CWD chances. She says, I want to come back with medals, but instead my coaches are going back. And this is a big controversy that's broken out. She says, look at this, she says, मैं बड़े दुख के साथ कहती हूँ कि मेरे साथ बहुत हरासमेंट हो रही है. हर बार मैं मेरा कोचेस जिन्होंने मुझे ओलंपिक्स में मेडल लाने में मदद की, उन्हें बार बार हटाकर मेरे ट्रेनिंग प्रोसेस और कंपटीशन में हमेशा हरासमेंट करते हैं. So she says, the coaches who helped her perform in Tokyo are being harassed. They're being sent back again and again. Not just that. She says, इनमें से एक कोच संध्या गुरुंगजी द्रोणाचार्य अवार्डी भी है. She says one of the coaches, Sandhya Gurungji, is also a द्रोणाचार्य awardee, adding that मेरे दोनों कोचेस को कैंप में भी ट्रेनिंग के लिए 1000 बार हाथ जोड़ने के बाद बहुत लेट इंक्लूड किया जाता है. She says she begged them to keep the coaches as part of her team, and only after she pleaded, were they kept back. And this is a big controversy because she's saying that there is huge politics. She says मुझे इससे ट्रेनिंग में बहुत परेशान उठाने पड़ते हैं और मेंटल हरासमेंट तो होता ही है. She says she's facing mental harassment. She claims it's affecting her preparation, and she's also saying that her coach Sandhya Gurungji के बाहर विलेज, कॉमनवेल्थ विलेज के बाहर है, उन्हें एंट्री नहीं मिल रही है और मेरा ट्रेनिंग प्रोसेस गेम्स के ठीक 8 दिन पहले रुक गई है. She says one of her coaches is not being allowed, and one of the coaches has been sent back, affecting her chances. This is Lavlina Borgohain, champion boxer, yes, Abhishek. Yes.
So, Tokyo Olympic medalist, Arjuna awardee in 2020. Twice she is world champion, getting a bronze medal there. Twice she has got the bronze medal in the Asian Championship, and of course qualified for the Commonwealth Games, where she has to participate. And now with a lot of angst, it seems, Niranjan, coming out in this post of Lavlina, which she has tweeted as well, and that's how we come to know of it. This is a post in which she is bringing out her frustration, her harassment, her angst, and the fact that if this continues because of this politics, she might not be able to perform in the upcoming Commonwealth Games. Remember, Niranjan, just a couple of days back, all the participants of Commonwealth Games from India, all the athletes, they had a conversation with the Prime Minister, and now we are getting to hear today from Lavlina Borgohain herself that she is feeling frustrated. If we could go to Anirudh Bhakat from Guwahati, since Lavlina is based out of Guwahati, and get some more information about this, it would be interesting. Now we have the pictures of her getting the Arjuna Award, I believe. No, Arjuna Award is actually given by the President, but she's getting the other awards. And now coming out with charges of harassment against her own coaches. She has named them as well.
अंग्रेजी की वजह से पीछे न रह जाए, सबको मकान, सबको बिजली कनेक्शन, जल जीवन मिशन के तहत सबको साफ पानी, किसानों के लिए सम्मान निधि, ये प्रयास आज गरीब, पिछड़े, दलित, आदिवासी सभी के सपनों को ताकत दे रहे हैं. देश में सामाजिक न्याय की जमीन मजबूत कर रहे हैं. अमृत काल के अगले 25 साल सामाजिक न्याय के इन्हीं संकल्पों की पूर्ण सिद्धि के साल है. मुझे विश्वास है देश के इस अभियान में हम सब अपनी भूमिका निभाएंगे. एक बार फिर श्रद्धेय स्वर्गीय हरमोहन सिंह यादव जी को विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
महासभा चौधरी सुखराम सिंह यादव जी से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करने के लिए अनुग्रह करेंगे।
परम आदरणीय देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the event to mark the 10th death anniversary of late OBC leader Harmohan Singh Yadav. In fact, some say that he was credited with bringing in the Samajwadi Party patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav into politics. We have seen Prime Minister reaching out to opposition segments and Harmohan Singh Yadav, who was in fact awarded Shaurya Chakra for protecting the Sikh population in his village in 1984, subsequently a close aide of in fact the Lohia movement, and credited with bringing in Mulayam Singh Yadav into politics. Of course, Prime Minister there, like he has done with the case of M. Karunanidhi, H.D. Deve Gowda, Sharad Pawar, making an outreach to opposition leaders. That's Prime Minister there speaking just a while back. We have to move on, and we go back to the story of Lovelina Borgohain, the pugilist, the boxer, the Olympic medalist who has alleged harassment to her from her coaches. And let's see if we are getting more information on the charge that Lovelina has made. And we have John Karshing, former Vice President of the Boxing Federation, patched with us on phone. If you can go to him, John Karshing. John Karshing ji, आप मेरे को सुन पा रहे हैं? Are you able to hear me? I think we are still trying to connect him over the phone, but what we are bringing to you viewers is the massive development in connection with the boxer Lovelina Borgohain. Guwahati based, she has made allegations against her coaches for harassment, and that the harassment is leading to a situation where she is not able to focus on Commonwealth Games preparation, which are upcoming and next month in fact. And we saw how Prime Minister had in fact engaged with the sports persons, and now Lovelina Borgohain, who has brought in medals for us at the level of Olympics, at the level of Commonwealth Games, at the level of World Championships. In fact, John now joins us. John Karshing, former Vice President of the Boxing Federation, joins us over the phone. John, if you are able to hear me, please tell us about this charge that has been made by Lovelina Borgohain, how serious the situation is, and what would the Boxing Federation do, given the fact that we are looking at Commonwealth Games, and she has clearly said that she is not able to focus on her sports because of the harassment she is facing. John, अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, I think we lost the line there. We lost the line there, and we lost the line there. And let's try to connect again with John, who was Vice President of the Boxing Federation, John Karshing. But basically, we are bringing to you viewers a huge development in connection with the sports fraternity and sporting culture in India, which is now going to be under scanner after the charge made by Lovelina Borgohain in a tweet and a post on Facebook, where she is alleging harassment by her coaches. In fact, she has named two of them and said that both have been making her life difficult and in training. And she has said that, and I quote, "Abhi mere coach संध्या गुरुंग जी कॉमनवेल्थ विलेज के बाहर हैं, उन्हें एंट्री नहीं मिल रही है और मेरा ट्रेनिंग प्रोसेस गेम्स के ठीक 8 दिन पहले रुक गया है." आई थिंक शी इज सेइंग दैट इट्स द कोचेस दैट आर गेटिंग harassed along with her. शी सेइंग, आज मैं बहुत दुख से कह रही हूं कि मेरे साथ बहुत हरासमेंट हो रही है। हर बार मेरे कोचेस जिन्होंने मुझे ओलंपिक्स में मेडल लाने में मदद की, उन्हें बार बार हटाकर मेरे ट्रेनिंग प्रोसेस और कंपटीशन में हमेशा हरासमेंट करते हैं। इनमें से एक कोच संध्या गुरुंगजी द्रोणाचार्य अवार्डी भी हैं। मेरे दोनों कोचेस को कैंप में भी ट्रेनिंग के लिए 1000 बार हाथ जोड़ने के बाद बहुत लेट इंक्लूड किया जाता है। व्हाट शी इज सेइंग इज दैट the coaches with whom she has trained are not being allowed, and that's causing harassment. One of them is Dronachar Awadi, and yet the sporting authorities are not helping. All right, this is the right interpretation, viewers, of Lovelina's charge, where she's saying that while she is preparing at the Commonwealth Games village, she must be in Delhi then, and she wants her coaches, one of them Dronacharya Awardee and identified as Sandhya Gurungji, and the coach is not being allowed to be with Lovelina Borgohain, and that the coach is stopped outside, that she has to plead with the sporting authorities. So I think the charge is against sporting authorities, and that's a big claim of harassment coming in by Lovelina Borgohain against sporting authorities at the Commonwealth Games village, where she's saying that despite all the pleadings, she is not allowed to let her coaches come inside, one of them being a Dronacharya Awardee. Despite that, if the authorities don't let her prepare in peace, then this politics is going to harm her chances in the Commonwealth Games, which are upcoming. And she's saying that, and she's hoping that people in the country would listen to her predicament and come to her rescue. Niranjan again joins us from the newsroom. Niranjan, so the story is essentially against Lovelina's complaint against sporting authorities and the manner in which her coaches are not being allowed inside the Commonwealth Games village where she's preparing.
You know, there are series of charges that she has made. It's not her; it's her directly writing the message, Abhishek. So I think there's no confusion on that. It's Lovelina speaking out. She says she's claiming that she's going through mental harassment. She says I'm undergoing mental harassment and my Commonwealth game preparation is being affected. She directly says her preparation is being affected. She says her medal winning prospects are being affected. She says my prospects are being affected. I'm being mentally harassed, and she says mental harassment to hota hi hai. She's saying she's being harassed mentally because her coaches are not being allowed. She says she's had to beg, plead, so that these coaches will be allowed to go as part of her team. And I think this is a big controversy, Abhishek, ahead of the Commonwealth Games. I think Yogeshwar Dutt is joining us on the phone line. Yogeshwar Dutt, also a medal-winning wrestler, champion, athlete for India. Yogeshwar Dutt, ये जो लवलीना बोरगोहेन का जो पोस्ट है, इसमें ये बता रहे हैं कि her coaches are not being allowed, changes were being made, she's being harassed, it's affecting her preparation. और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के अंदर अभी लेट होने के कारण अभी the coaches are not being allowed inside. One coach has been sent back to India. Can I get your response? How does something like this affect an athlete, Yogeshwar Dutt ji?
देखिए, लवलीना भी टोक्यो ओलंपिक की मेडलिस्ट है, वो भी कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में गई हुई है, और हरासमेंट किस तरीके से हुई है, किसने कैसे हुई है, वो मेरे को पूरी बात का नहीं पता। पर जो कोच की बात है, तो सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत यही आती है हमारे साथ में, खासकर हिंदुस्तान के खिलाड़ियों के साथ में। और जैसे रेसलिंग है, बॉक्सिंग है, इसमें जैसे आप रशिया को देखोगे, ईरान को देखोगे, अमेरिका देखो, तो जो खिलाड़ी सब पर्सनल कोच होते हैं खेल गांव में। हर कंपटीशन में, चैंपियनशिप हो, कुछ भी हो, बड़ा गेम हो, छोटा गेम हो, हर उसमें उनके पर्सनल कोच होते हैं। पर हमारे यहाँ सिस्टम अभी तक नहीं बन पाया है कि भाई खिलाड़ी जो अच्छा खिलाड़ी है उसका पर्सनल कोच उसके साथ रहे, क्योंकि एक सीधी बात है, गेम्स विलेज में तो नहीं घुसने देंगे बिना, अगर वो भारतीय दल की तरफ से उसके कोच नहीं होंगे, नई टीम में शामिल होंगे, बॉक्सिंग की टीम में शामिल होंगे, तो खेल गांव में नहीं घुसने देंगे। और वो ट्रेनिंग टाइम पीरियड हुआ तो उसको वापस भेज दिया गया होगा। पर बात यह है कि जो उसका कोच है, पर्सनल कोच है, वो क्यों नहीं जा पाया? हमें वो सिस्टम बनाना पड़ेगा अगर अपने खिलाड़ियों से हमें परफॉर्मेंस लेनी है, वो अच्छा कर पाए, कि भाई हमारे जो खिलाड़ियों के पर्सनल कोच हैं तो वो ट्रेनिंग एरिया में भी हो, गेम्स विलेज में भी हो और कंपटीशन एरिया में भी हो, वो किस तरीके से कैसे क्या होगा उस पर बड़ा विचार करने की बात है। क्योंकि बच्चा ट्रेनिंग कहीं करता है, उसके बाद उस कैंप लगता है, वहाँ पे अलग चीजें होती हैं, बाहर अलग होते हैं, तो वो तालमेल नहीं बन पाता। और हरासमेंट इससे अलग कुछ फेडरेशन की वजह से या कुछ इंडिया कैंप में वो होता है, वो बड़ा दुखदायी है। क्योंकि बहुत सी खबरें हिंदुस्तान में, ये तो हर जगह आती रहती है कि भाई कोई खिलाड़ी के साथ हरासमेंट हुई है किसी न किसी बात से, जो बड़ी दुखदायी। इस पे एक सख्त कार्रवाई की जरूरत है, सख्त एक्शन लेने की जरूरत है कि क्या चीजें हैं जो मतलब एक कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के बिल्कुल अभी जस्ट पहले ये चीजें आई है तो खिलाड़ी का मनोबल टूटता है, और जब एक अपने गेम से ध्यान हट के दूसरी तरफ हो जाता है तो उसके प्रदर्शन पे भी बहुत एक बुरा प्रभाव पड़ता है। इसलिए वो चीजें सोचनी चाहिए। पर मैं तो ये मानना सिस्टम को ही हमें बनाना होगा, हमारी भारत सरकार को, खेल मिनिस्ट्री को, कि जो उसका पर्सनल को जो अच्छा खिलाड़ी है सबके साथ तो नहीं भेज सकते, पर कोई
योगेश्वर जी, योगेश्वर जी, आई हैव टिकन। योगेश्वर जी, एक मिनट मेरे साथ बने रहिए, क्योंकि जुड़े हमारे साथ लवलीना के पिताजी भी है। टिकन इज आल्सो जॉइनिंग अस लाइव। टिकन, मिस्टर टिकन, कैन यू हियर मी?
हेलो
मिस्टर टिकन, गुड इवनिंग, कैन यू हियर मी सर? आवाज आ रही है सर?
यस, बताइए, आवाज आ रही है, बताइए।
हाँ जी, ये जो पोस्ट है लवलीना जी का, यू नो, वी फेल्ट वेरी disappointed and worried after looking at a post. Can you tell our viewers, हमारे जो दर्शक है रिपब्लिक टीवी का, उन्हें थोड़ा बताइए कि जो हरासमेंट फेस कर रहे हैं क्या हो रहा है लवलीना के साथ? टिकन जी,
देखिए, मैंने इसके बारे में कोई मुझे पता नहीं है, अभी तक कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन मुझे नहीं मिला है, लेकिन आप लोग ने बताया जो उसको वो कोच को घुसने नहीं दिया है गेम विलेज में, लेकिन ये हुआ, अगर ये हुआ तो बहुत बुरा हुआ है उनका साथ। और अभी मैं कुछ नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि मैं फेडरेशन का सेक्रेटरी जनरल, जो बीएफआई का जनरल सेक्रेटरी को मैं बात करूंगा, उसका बाद में आगे का जो जानकारी है मैं आपको जरूर पहुंचाऊंगा।
लेकिन ये जो है ये क्या टिकन जी, ये जो हो रहा है टिकन साहब, इज दिस समथिंग दैट्स हैपनिंग from now or is this ये क्या अभी का जो कंप्लेंट है या कई महीने से चल रहा है?
इसके बारे में तो मुझे पता नहीं है। फेडरेशन का जो हुआ, फेडरेशन से मैं बात करूंगा, उसका बाद में आपको जानकारी दे पाऊंगा क्योंकि अभी तो मुझे ये इसके बारे में जो कोच के बारे में तो कुछ पता नहीं है।
ओके, कोच के बारे में पता नहीं। ओके, टिकन बोर्गो है लवलीना's फादर। थैंक यू, बात करने के लिए बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ। टिकन बोर्गो है इज लवलीना's फादर, टेलिंग रिपब्लिक दैट ही इज ट्राइंग टू फाइंड आउट, saying he is trying to find out more details about what is happening, saying that he is speaking to the authorities and trying to gather the details so that he can assess, and also requesting officials to help Lovelina at this point. Taking a short break at this point. In fact, there is another breaking news update that we're getting in right now. We'll go across straight to that, Abhishek. I think Mamata Banerjee has distanced herself from Partha Chatterjee. Let's break that, Abhishek, and then we can take a break. I think details have been shared. Mamata breaking her silence on this Bengal scam. Abhishek, she has said, and we can go full frame to Abhishek. And or to the newsroom, we can give you the details. Let's go to that story because there's a big response from Mamata Banerjee. She says, I don't take money. She says, I don't take money or salary even for my service. I run myself by money I get from my books. There has been some lady related. She says, I don't spare anyone. She says, I don't spare anyone who does a mistake. Even my MPs or MLAs. And she's trying to basically distance herself, Abhishek, from this
yes,
first comment.
Naranjan, she's there. She's saying that she does not spare anyone, and anyone who makes a mistake, even if they are her MPs, MLAs or ministers. That's a big breaking development. Remember, Niranjan, she has already distanced herself from Partha Chatterjee in the backdrop of the raids. She had refused to take calls from Partha, which is mentioned in the arrest warrant, where he said that 4 times he called Mamata Banerjee, but her call went unanswered. So obviously, Mamata is in disengaging mode with Partha Chatterjee, who is now accused by the Enforcement Directorate of laundering money to the tune of some few crores of rupees, 21 crores of which in fact were found from the residence of Arpita, who's said to be a close aide of Partha. And now in fact it seemed that there were properties jointly owned by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. And Mamata Banerjee now in her first reaction breaking silence, saying that she takes umbrage at the juxtaposition of her picture with those of the accused and the laundered money, and that she knows how to deal with it. She's not even taking her own salary. Ishan Dev joins us live from Kolkata. Ishan, please tell us where Mamata Didi was, where was Mamata Banerjee is speaking while making these comments, where she seems to be clearly distancing herself from Partha Chatterjee.
Well, Mamata Banerjee was there in a government program today, and that program is still going on. It is a program of program in a pattern of Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan and Padma Vibhushan awards, how it is given there at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Say in the same pattern here in Bengal, Banga Shri, Banga Bhushan and Banga Vibhushan, these 3 awards are given by Mamata Banerjee's government. And in that function, in that ceremony, Mamata Banerjee, while delivering her speech, she has made these comments that and apparently it seems that Mamata Banerjee has distanced herself, is trying to distance herself from the row of, around Partha Chatterjee's arrest. And as she has said that no one will be spared, almost the same comment was made by Mamata Banerjee on 21st July on TMC's Martyrs Day commemoration from the dais of Martyrs Day commemoration. Mamata Banerjee also said that TMC should be TMC workers, TMC leaders should be of such a kind who will be shown as exemplary leaders or exemplary political workers. She tried to give message from that dais also that TMC workers, TMC leaders at different levels will not take money from anyone. TMC will not allow all these things. But the next day there was ED raid at Partha Chatterjee's house and Partha Chatterjee's close associate Arpita Mukherjee's flat also, and from there you know that how a heap of huge cash of worth rupees to 21 crore has been recovered from that place, and Partha Chatterjee is now in custody. So for the last few days Mamata Banerjee was silent on this, and now Mamata Banerjee has made some comments and it apparently seems that she is now trying to distance herself from Partha Chatterjee's row.
Right,
back to the studio.
Obviously, Ishan, thank you so much for joining us there live from Kolkata, where all these developments are taking place. Mamata Banerjee clearly distancing herself from a public platform, saying that she does not help anyone who's charged or who are accused of these kind of charges. In fact, she goes on to say that she knows how to deal with people who get stuck. Ishan, in fact, continues to be with us. Ishan, also the fact that Mamata Banerjee refused to take the calls of Partha Chatterjee, which she mentioned before the Enforcement Directorate. I think she has also understood that even if the charges are in a preliminary stage, the investigation is going on, there is definitely something amiss, because of which she has to distance herself from her senior most minister.
Exactly so, as we all have come to know that Partha Chatterjee has claimed that he was trying to call Mamata Banerjee while the ED raid was going on there at Partha Chatterjee's place, and in the arrest memo also Partha Chatterjee has mentioned that from which time to which time he has tried to call Mamata Banerjee for 4 times, and he has also mentioned in that arrest memo that the phone number of Mamata Banerjee. So Partha Chatterjee in front of ED interrogators has clearly mentioned it that he is very closely connected with Mamata Banerjee, and even when the raid was going on at his place, he tried to call Mamata Banerjee regarding this situation, but Mamata Banerjee didn't pick up his call.
Ishan, just hold on to your thoughts. In fact, we are getting the soundbite of Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal, where she was speaking in Kolkata. Listen to it and translate for our viewers also, Ishan, as we cut to Mamata Banerjee's bite. Listen in.
মাথা নত করব না, আর যদি কেউ অন্যায় করে থাকে বিচারে প্রমাণিত হয় তার দায়িত্ব সে নিজে নেবে, তা কারণ গভর্নমেন্টও এর সাথে রিলেটেড নয় আর পার্টির সাথেও ওই মহিলার কোনো সম্পর্ক নেই, কোনো রকম রিলেটেড নয়, নাইদার পার্টি নট দ্য গভর্নমেন্ট। কিছু মিডিয়া নিজের মতো দেখিয়ে যাচ্ছেন আপনারা।
All right, that's Mamata Banerjee speaking in Kolkata, where she has said that she does not tolerate corruption, that she herself does not take any money, even salary, for what she does, and indicates, in a way, sort of playing down the scam by saying that a lot of people give jobs to people they know, and that then give one example where job is not given to known person. That's what she says. Listen in.
যদি কেউ অন্যায় করে থাকে বিচারে প্রমাণিত হয় তার দায়িত্ব সে নিজে নেবে, তা কারণ গভর্নমেন্টও এর সাথে রিলেটেড নয়।
If anyone is associated with any kind of crime, then he has to take his own responsibility. Mamata Banerjee says.
কিছু মিডিয়া নিজের মতো দেখিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, আপনাদের ছবিগুলো বের করব কত লোকের সাথে আছে।
Media is showing according to itself.
কই নিজেদের পেছনটা একটু খুলে দেখুন।
All these things are not connected with the government of West Bengal at all, but media is showing on its own.
আরে আমি কি করে জানবো কে কে আছে?
Should I show all those pictures? Should I show some more pictures?
একটা মহিলা নাকি সেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে ছিল,
in which the media personalities, in which you will also be seen with many other people. Mamata Banerjee asks open questions.
একটা মহিলার ব্যাপার নিয়ে সব মহিলাকে অসম্মান করছে। মা বোনেরা আমাদের ঘরের সম্পদ।
You are insulting every woman.
বাট যদি কেউ খারাপ কাজ করে,
you are insulting every woman.
বিচারে তাকে যত রকম
due to the crime
দিক না কেন আমাদের কেউ ইন্টারফেয়ার করবে না, আমরা কোনো রকম সাপোর্ট দেব না, পরিষ্কার কথা।
If anyone is associated with any crime, then law will take its own course.
Mamata Banerjee, Bengal Chief Minister, taking on her opponents, at the same time distancing herself from Partha Chatterjee, and also, in a way, playing down the scam. Let's go back to Ishan Dev, who was translating her soundbite in Bangla for us, and he continues to be live with us from the newsroom of Republic Bangla. Ishan, a couple of points come out of that soundbite. A, that she's distancing herself from Partha Chatterjee. B, that she's playing down the scam, the scale of the scam, by suggesting that everyone in position of authority gives a job here and there if they know somebody. And then she sort of says that there is a media trial happening. Now just decipher for our viewers whether, going by Mamata Banerjee's standards, is she really wringing her hands dry off Partha Chatterjee completely, or is it temporary that she's doing it because Partha is feeling the heat and is under investigation, and that she might go back to having Partha on her side? And we have a soundbite of Subhendu Adhikari, leader of opposition in Bengal, coming in. Let's listen to it.
সেখানে তিনি এমন কিছু কথা বলেছেন তাতে কার্যত নিয়োগ সংক্রান্ত বিষয়ে তার সরকারের নীতি তার পরিচয় রেখেছেন। তিনি বলেছেন যে সব সময় চাকরি নিয়োগের ক্ষেত্রে নিজেদের
Mamata Banerjee has made such comments
ইন্ডাস্ট্রির দিকে তাকিয়ে বলেছেন,
in which she has given her introduction once again.
অনেক সময় চাকরি দেন এইভাবে। তিনি একজন অবসরপ্রাপ্ত বিচারপতি, যার নাম তিনি লোকায়ুক্তের চেয়ারম্যান হিসেবে সুপারিশ করেছেন, সেই যতীন্ময় বাবুর নাম উল্লেখ করেছেন, তাকে সাক্ষী মেনেছেন।
Mamata Banerjee has mentioned the name
তিনি
of
পশ্চিমবাংলায়
a retired judge whose name
এবং
She has proposed for
যে দুর্নীতি সেই
the post of
দুর্নীতিকে
Lokayukta.
justify করেছেন যে এইভাবে চাকরি দেওয়া যায় যেভাবে প্রাইভেট
She is trying to justify the corruption
দেয়
in all kinds of recruitment in West Bengal.
মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী জেনে রাখা দরকার আছে যে সরকারি চাকরি দেওয়ার
The Chief Minister in this case should know
পরীক্ষা মেধা ইত্যাদির যে ব্যবস্থাগুলি রয়েছে যে ব্যবস্থাগুলি হাইকোর্ট বা সুপ্রিম কোর্ট
the arrangements of
আমাদের নিয়োগ সংক্রান্ত
examination and merit test
রুলে আইন স্বীকৃত তাকে আপনি বুদ্ধাঙ্গুষ্ট দেখাতে পারেন না কার্যত লক্ষ লক্ষ
in the process of recruitment you cannot nullify the process of the process of taking examinations and testing the merit. This is according to the rule of the Supreme Court.
বসে আছেন তাদের এই কৃচ্ছ সাধনকে তাদের এই সংগ্রামকে তিনি আজকে অপমান করে তাদেরকে বিজেপি এবং সিপিএম এর ক্যাডার হিসেবে আপনি উল্লেখ করেছেন যেটা আপনি করতে পারেন না আর আপনি দুর্নীতির প্রশ্নে
those who are agitating against this you are humiliating them.
বলছেন সামান্য টাকা আপনি বলছেন এটা ট্র্যাপ হয়েছে কিনা এটা দেখতে হবে সব
You are downplaying the whole event. You are saying that this is a small amount of money.
এই বিষয়গুলো পরস্পর বিরোধী কথাবার্তার মধ্য দিয়ে মনে হয়েছে এই প্রথমবার
you are making self contradictory comments.
আতঙ্কিত এবং তিনি ভয় পেয়েছেন পুরো ব্যবস্থাটাতে ভয় পেয়েছেন এই কারণে তার কারণ হলো তিনি উল্লেখ করেছেন মহারাষ্ট্র হবে ঝাড়খণ্ড হবে ছত্তিশগড় হবে তারপরে নাকি বাংলা হবে তিনি দেখে নেবেন বলেছেন বাংলাতে বলেছেন
if 100 people gets recruited
আসতে গেলে নাকি বাঘ খেয়ে ফেলবে
then one nepotism is not an abnormal thing. Even in media such things happens. Mamata Banerjee has said. Now Shubhendu Adhikari is hitting out against Mamata Banerjee's comments.
নিজে এবং তার কোম্পানির সকলেই বুঝে গেছেন যে এই বাংলায় মাথা উঁচু করে আগামী দিনে মানুষের সামনে যাওয়ার অধিকার এবং ক্ষমতা দুটোই
Mamata Banerjee and her party, which is a private limited company, has understood that after this corruption has surfaced, they don't have any right, they don't have any capacity to go in front of the people of Bengal holding the head high.
সেখান থেকে ফ্ল্যাগ নাড়িয়েছিলেন আমরা সবাই জানি ডেলোর বাংলোতে গৌতম কুণ্ডু এবং সুদীপ্ত সেনকে নিয়ে মমতা ব্যানার্জি মিটিং করেছিলেন আমরা সবাই জানি
Shubhendu Adhikari is now referring to the allegations of the Sarda cheat fund scam. He is saying that in the bungalow of Delo Hill, what kind of meeting happened between Mamata Banerjee, the cheat fund scam star Gautam Kundu and Kunal Ghosh?
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী তার রিলিফ ফান্ড থেকে দিয়েছেন আমরা সবাই জানি মুখ্যমন্ত্রী রিলিফ ফান্ডে
Shubhendu Adhikari is saying that we all know how the distressed employees of Sharda Chit Fund got their salaries from Mamata Banerjee's Chief Minister's Relief Fund.
প্রোগ্রাম পুজো উদ্বোধনে যাই কে মঞ্চে থাকবে আমি ঠিক করি না হ্যাঁ আপনি হয়তো ঠিক করেন না কিন্তু আপনি মাননীয়া অর্পিতা দেবীকে যেভাবে আপনি গত বছর নাকতলা উদয়ন সঙ্গে
All right. Coming up, Olympic champion Lovelina Borgohain has claimed mental harassment.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25-30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ, ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wait, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between 2 rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere.
Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals,
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines right now. ED levels massive charge against Partha, says Arpita admitted the cash recovered belongs to the Bengal minister. Mamta breaks her silence on the cash scam, distances herself from her minister and the cash recovered in ED raids. The politics over the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign rages on. Now the IUDF insults the campaign, attacks RSS instead.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
And news from across the world, the Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
And news from across the world, the Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip a Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta.
Draupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th President of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by the CGI.
Seen hitting the paramilitary personnel. बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है.
वो सुचिता दलाल the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Draupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Draupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant, killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
And news from across the world, the Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, we keep getting you the updates in the Bengal cash scam. All the fast and hectic updates you're getting here. Now I want to go on to Shravan Sen in our Mumbai studio, who's going to get us today's biggest exclusive. Shravan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Shivagi. On your favorite show, this is exclusive. We have breaking news now coming in from Canada. And let's not forget the big story that we have been tracking right from day one with all the exclusives. The Bengal cash scam. We'll get you all the latest details in this edition of This is Exclusive. Enforcement Directorate has found documents that prove that Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee jointly bought a property in their name.
It is a stable condition, and maybe whatever the things he is having due to the chronic illness that he is having. So nothing of in serious nature at this moment to intervene.
AIIMS Bhubaneswar director claims that Partha Chatterjee was free to go and there was nothing seriously wrong with his health. Breaking her silence on the Bengal cash scam, Chief Minister and TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee distanced herself from Partha Chatterjee, saying he was responsible for his actions. ED conducts raids at 4 premises of Kerala-based churches of South India pertaining to discrepancies related to admission process in its medical colleges. One gangster of Indian origin was killed in a gang war in Vancouver. In Canada, investigation underway. Starting this edition of This is Exclusive with a report coming in from Canada. It's a shocking incident where 2 people were shot dead in a local gang war. One of whom has been identified as Maninder Dhaliwal, an alleged gangster whose origin is from Punjab. In the videos of the aftermath, Maninder can be seen lying on a street in a pool of blood. Moreover, another person, Dhaliwal's friend and not a member of the gang, also succumbed to the gunshot injuries. Shortly after the incident, we are being told that the entire area has basically been cordoned off. So what's the connection between this gang war and Punjab? For more on this, I'm also joined by my colleague Amandeep, who's going to get us more details. What you see right now on your screens are the latest images now coming in. In fact, one of the gangsters is lying in a pool of blood. Who are these people? What is their connection? And why is it that we are the only network once again on This is Exclusive getting you this full report coming in from Canada? Amandeep, first, who are these people?
Well, Shravan, basically they are Punjabi origin people who have settled down in Canada, and in fact they have a very huge network of Punjabis in Canada, in Vancouver, Toronto and different parts of Canada as well. And in fact their gang name is Brothers Keepers Gang. Basically they deal with the drug trafficking. Even Maninder Dhaliwal was an active member of Brother Keepers Gang, and in fact his brother was also shot down in last year. And in fact just because this gang is famous who deals with the drug trafficking in Canada, several cases has been registered by the Canada police against the gang members. The most important part is that during the course of investigation it has been learned that this gang is basically having the most of the members from Punjab, and all the youth who were actually connected to this gang, they are indulged into the drug trafficking. And this is actually a follow-up of a gang war. A rival gang has shot dead Maninder Dhaliwal and Satyendra Gill. And in fact, Maninder Dhaliwal was a very active member of this gang, but Satyendra Gill has newly just joined this company. And in fact, now the police is further investigating the gang. These kind of gang war is nothing new in the Canada, especially in the Vancouver. Just because one gang is Brothers Keepers gang, that is the gang of the Punjabis who are settled down in Canada, and there are so many rival gangs who deal in a similar drug trafficking. So that is the reason. But now, Shravan, police is further investigating the case, that who all are behind this killing and how much rivalry is going on, and in fact they are also trying to track down the gang members also.
Well,
Yes,
in fact, we
Shravan.
are also getting some more breaking news coming in. Amandeep, the information that you've also put out a short while back, full details of Maninder Singh Dhaliwal and Satyendra Gill, who was shot dead in Canada, which appears to be a gang war. Some more details coming in, that Dhaliwal's older brother Harb was shot to death in a coal harbour on 17th of April 2021. Dhaliwal was a member of the Brothers Keepers gang that deals with drugs. It does appear that they were part of a drug cartel operating out of Canada.
Well, absolutely, Shravan, absolutely. Basically, this Brothers Keeper gang is basically famous who deals with the drug trafficking, and they are facing several cases. And important aspect is that earlier the gang members, including Amandeep Singh Kang and several others, they all basically originally and based in Punjab, and presently they have been settled in the Canada and running this gang, and they all are the similar gang members and have their own rivalry in the Vancouver also. And Dhaliwal's brother Harb, who was shot dead, he was also an active member of the Brothers Keepers gang. So all the Punjabi youth, they are trying to engage into this gang. This gang is basically known for the drug trafficking in Canada, especially in the Vancouver. And this gang rivalry is very much common in that area, just because there are certain other gangs who are also indulged into the drug trafficking trade in Canada. In fact, Canada police have full history of this gang, having certain kind of cases against them, and all of the cases are regarding the drug trafficking. Maninder Dhaliwal basically from the Moga in Punjab, and in fact Satyendra Dhaliwal is Satyendra Gill was also basically belongs to Punjab. Both have been settled down in Canada. They get in touch with their brother Harb, and later on they turned to be the member of the Brothers Keeper gang and started doing the drug trafficking in Canada. So that is the reason this gang rivalry turned to be the killing of two Punjabi origin Canadians. And in fact now the further police is investigating this entire matter, that who is the gang behind the killing of these two youth.
Well, one quick question before I let you go, because we're getting in some more details right now. In terms of the network that was basically operational in Canada, who are the other members who are part of it, and whether at all, your sources within the Punjab police, whether they have been activated, is there anything that you're picking up? Because it does appear that this is part of a larger cartel which has been in existence for quite some time.
Well, absolutely, Shravan. It was almost a year back when a huge drug cache was seized in Canada, and certain Punjabis has been arrested on that drug trafficking case. And from that point, Punjab police turned active, that there are certain cases that has been registered in Punjab also regarding this drug trafficking and drug peddling also. And even now they are trying to find out the leads, that is there any connection with the Canada to Punjab, that drug is being smuggled from Canada to Punjab, or to Punjab from Punjab to Canada. This investigation is under process.